Welcome to the Las Vegas Strip, where two of the top 10 players on the PGT leaderboard are set to battle at the final table of event number 5 of the PGT PLO Series 2, a 10K pot limit Omaha tournament at the PokerGO studio. With 7 players left, Alex Foxen and Jeremy Ausmus are chasing chip leader Bryce Yockey at a stacked final table, with the players combining for 14 bracelets, 12 PGT titles, and more than $62 million in tournament earnings. Alongside Donnie Peters, I'm Ryan Messick, bringing you all the action today on PokerGO and YouTube. We'll take a look at the chip counts. It's a narrow chip lead for Bryce Yockey over small business owner Kyle Merron. Jeremy Ausmus and Artem Maksimov with more than 50 bigs, while Ben Yu, John Riordan, and Alex Foxen are the short stacks working on under 20 big blinds. 114 entries in this event number 5 of the PLO Series 2. 17 places paid. The last 7 have locked up $57,000, and today's winner will walk with nearly $240,000 and 239 PGT leaderboard points. Will join the live action. The player is currently on an $11,000 pay jump.
Yeah, tell them
We just wait on them.
Yeah,
Alex Foxen on the short stack, just 9 bigs for Foxen as play gets started.
Oh, big blind? The hell, man. 40?
Yeah. Wow, I was about to.
So 4 cards, 4 boxes. Is that how we're doing it?
$20,000 and $40,000 blinds with a 40,000 big blind ante.
Comforting.
Okay.
You can use 0 if you just bluff them.
Today's action, just straight 4-card PLO after the progressive knockout bounty yesterday.
CZ here. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you today to today's game. Most notably, our users, any angels, KOLs, developers, and regulatory bodies. It's an honor to be with you all in this industry.
Happy to be here.
Ben Yu making his presence felt early on. Perhaps a little early Halloween action, dressed up as the CEO of Binance, Donnie?
Yeah, I mean, crypto's hot. Why not, right?
Is it hot?
I mean, depends who you ask, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, you know.
You, one of the more accomplished players at this table. Plays all the games well. Here, Foxen pondering what to do out of the small blind with 2 kings. Merron opened the button with the ace-7, 6-3. Each player 1 suit.
375.
A 3-bet in order for Foxen. The 32-year-old professional player residing in Las Vegas after growing up on Long Island. And not much resistance there. Foxen takes down the first pot at this final table. And some much-needed chips for Foxen. Foxen, one of the most feared players at this table, over $30 million in career earnings.
He woke up at He's standing already.
WSOP bracelet, couple of WP titles, WPT titles, 7 PGT titles on his resume.
Somehow.
Yeah, it was the first day in a while that traffic hasn't been horrible.
I don't take the strip anymore since the F1 stuff. I go on Harmon.
Oh, that's probably smart.
Yeah, and then I come through.
Yeah,
I don't go to
like
valet.
underneath.
I valeted on the weekend, but if it's not the weekend, I just go through and come in underneath and go to the garage.
For those of you who haven't been in Vegas recently, optimal
leaving
traffic
on the
strategy,
weekend.
a frequent topic of conversation.
Go on the strip.
The Formula One race coming up in November.
Well,
been
I need some
since
time
at
to
least
think
the
about it. I
summer.
just don't know crypto well enough to
well-timed 25-second speech, you know.
So to recap, time extensions, no good for bathroom breaks. Ben doesn't want to use one for the speech. Breaking open packs of cards, though. Have at it.
I'm gonna have to buy some Bitcoin on this during this stream.
Is this a pump and dump in
I
action?
mean, it could be. Could get rugged, but you never know.
I mean,
Why not take a shot, right? We're all gamblers. I mean, come on.
9-8-7 flop here. Yockey in the big blind. Flopping bottom pair and an open-end straight draw. Not much doing for Ausmus, though. I do know that Binance is being sued by the SEC or something like that, so
Yeah, I think
That might be the closest we actually get to a public statement from their CEO.
Well, I think they filed to dismiss, so
Seems like a good strategy.
yeah, you know.
This line.
Of course, if you're new to PLO, used to No Limit Hold'em, players must use 2 of their 4 hole cards and at a final table, especially a more standard final table without the bounties. You'll see a lot more limping as the equities run close. Players don't want to get 3-bet and blow up pots, a little more pot control starting pre-flop. That about the extent of my PLO expertise. And a group of players here, I'd say Yockey and you both known to be good at basically all the variants.
Yes.
Not
Well,
necessarily
the mics I've
specialists
thought
in
about before, just the
PLO,
table
but
in general, but-
certainly can hold their
I hadn't
own.
thought about the table, I guess.
Foxen and Ausmus perhaps better known for their No Limit Hold'em skills, but
Hoping that it's not
no
bad.
stranger to the PLO tournaments either, both
That's
with
about all
some
I can do.
success.
Yeah. I mean, these are like a radio signal. I think,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something, so it's
That's why I
like
usually leave it out of my pocket. Like I'll try to put it on the table.
You playing 2 point what?
fairly like
2.1.
high powered. It's not like
Maksimov opening the rundown with the diamonds. Oh, 7-5-4 tray for Yockey. That's reminiscent.
They
Took
could
one of the
really
worst beats
easily
in
make some,
televised
like,
poker history and
casing.
triple draw at the WSOP
Just,
and
like,
the
wrap it in
50K
something.
PPC dealt a pat number 2
Yeah,
with the 7-6-4 tray deuce. Lost to Josh Aryeh's
it wouldn't block.
6-5 tray to start. Ran out the wheel.
That was a wild
Gotta get
hand.
special hands.
He was
Lining.
99.843% or something like that.
Absolutely crazy.
That'd be way better.
He took it as well as you could possibly take it.
Yeah.
Still the profile picture for him on Twitter, his reaction, so I don't feel too bad bringing it
Just
up.
have like random like poker.
Yockey turning a flush draw here to go along with the straight draw and the pair of 5s. Maksimov, pair of 6s, a lot of straight outs as well. He's got about a 2-to-1 edge here as Yockey leads the turn. Maksimov, 32 years old, lives in Aventura, Florida, outside of Miami. Russian born, actually grew up in Siberia.
Sure, the weather's a bit nicer down in good old Aventura.
Then Siberia, about as opposite as you can get. Cold river here for Maksimov, though, as Yockey picks up the spade flush on the river, checks it over to him.
This whole setup was like not comfortable.
See if
The rail's really
Maksimov
high.
decides
Here,
to
This isn't comfortable.
come with a bluff. Does have one spade blocker.
I took
awkwardly shaped,
that
too.
out. I don't know, man.
It's like a block, you know.
But it's not comfortable like this.
No,
is
it's
it?
not.
Flush.
He gives it up, and Yockey will take this one down with a 7-high flush, extending that chip lead, which was narrowed to begin play at this final table. Just a small
It's like the
advantage over
height of
Merron.
Things is awkward.
Yockey from Torrance, California, lives in the LA area still, 36 years old.
Oh yeah. This
3.8 million in career tournament earnings.
Yeah. I don't
One
know if I'm not
WSOP bracelet.
Sure if it's better or worse. Though.
Says his favorite variants are deuce to 7 triple draw and PLO 8. Actually
help
called
to,
his
like,
shot
make
for
the
his
legs
first
look
bracelet, Donnie.
sticky.
One of the more impressive stories I've heard when that 10K PLO 8 event was set to debut at the WSOP. He told everyone who would listen he was going to win it, booked as many side bets as he could, and then went right ahead and shipped it for more than 500 grand.
Always love to see that sort of stuff in poker. I mean, it's just so hard to be able to go on and win a tournament. There's so much at play, so much variance involved, but call your shot and then follow through. It's the stuff of legends right there.
And if you're going to call your shot and then hit it, I mean, do it in the first 10K PLO 8, right?
course,
Not
of
the
course.
daily 150
Yeah,
somewhere, right?
Of course.
Merron opening the ace, king, jack, jack, has nut clubs. Merron, 34 years old, from Athol, Massachusetts, in the Worcester area. Just under 400,000 in lifetime earnings. Small business owner, owns a food truck
Super.
called Natural Consumption.
Cards, by the way.
Okay.
Says it's pressed juices, smoothies, organic coffee. Actually, sounds like I could do quite well right outside.
I mean, it
Poker
sounds like we
series.
need to put in the studio, like a room. Like, can we make this happen?
Sounds good to me.
Can we get Kyle on the payroll? Like, let's go.
He says it's a hub in the local community for live music, apple picking, and cider donuts.
I've
So,
seen people do that before.
you know, I don't know if that's the poker player vibe, the apple picking, but certainly a lot of significant others of the poker players. Go pick the apples, come back,
You gonna use time extensions for some speeches?
share some
I'm selling
organic
mine
coffee.
for 1 Bitcoin. If anyone interested.
Did Maksimov say he's mining Bitcoin?
I can afford
I
one
think
big
he
blind.
said he would
Do.
sell one of his time extensions for 1 big blind, but I don't know what the
Ah,
Would have been cool if you limped.
context of the conversation
now there's a
was.
format.
Something about
was gonna
you-
fold it. Let's put
similar
the
to
one
Jared
big blind.
Blesnick at Super High Roller Bowl final table when he was using time extensions to open packs of cards. I think they were talking about doing more speeches and using the time extension.
Bitcoin's up again today?
He meant the day before yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
but is it up again today?
I don't think so.
It's hovering like 34, 5 or 34.
That's great.
It has to be because the tournament out there looks softer today than it did yesterday.
Because it's a mixed tournament.
Oh, it's
Poker
today
and
dealer's choice?
Yeah.
Cryptocurrency worlds certainly have plenty of overlaps.
Yes,
you
they
know.
do.
We were talking about it yesterday, so they can.
Speculative investments? Yeah, why not? You know, I've done worse at the poker table.
Bitcoin keeps
We
going.
gotta start playing faster.
I don't think
And I would say the most overlap might be in the 4-card variety as well.
Yeah, total.
Plenty of gamble and PLO.
There's so many people who I
I
think
mean, it's
just
kind of
won't
good
play.
timing with the StormX Invitational coming up
All of
Yep.
these European
on
guys
Thursday,
are
so.
Yeah, yeah.
Thursday,
Makes sense.
5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific.
I guess 50 would be a massive reduction in what we've been seeing.
Yeah, I think 50s.
Yockey picking up the aces.
Yeah?
I'm told that Parallel
that-
Hoodie is some sort of
seen it.
crypto-related, NFT-related video game.
I see.
I feel like the 4-card group
Opens up the aces.
Goes.
they just auto the
Riordan
play.
lets go of the jacks.
Whereas if it was like no
with a couple
limit
of
and it's
hearts.
50 or something, we'd see massive calls.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're
All the way around to Merron in the big blind. The 5-high rundown into the muck. No action for
That's not even
Yockey
that
with those aces.
I saw a couple. What else did I see? Then anyone who's like final table, they've got top threes probably playing, right?
Yeah, you would think.
I mean, Ellis.
Although Ellis-
is skipping it. He's
yeah.
got every tournament except this one.
Yeah, I don't know why. It seems crazy to skip it as him.
Just maybe.
Yeah,
Not.
yeah.
I mean, maybe it's not worth the EV.
Can I order salt and ivy?
Players talking a bit about the series thus far. PGT PLO Series 2, Event 5
even if
marking
you're
the
a loser,
midpoint.
Low in it, and it's got
639 entrants so far, generating more than $5.6 million in those prize pools. Great success so far for the event.
Crooked decks you guys
How many
using?
other people are playing?
Stephen Hubbard atop the
I'll
leaderboard
be calling it.
with 262 points.
Yeah.
This
Call PLO.
won't be
And then
far
breaker.
behind.
Yeah, I mean, you should.
But I feel like the majority of players will be
Most-
calling games that aren't PLO.
I know.
Most
I'll,
people
I'll
at
get
this table or
the
PLO.
Pokeball,
Yeah,
and
but
I'll
we're all-
get
except Ben,
the
and Ben's
salt and
probably
ivy
picking
omelet.
Big O or PLO 8, and then yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
But I think even if he's losing like 15% or something, it's still worth playing for the points.
It's 100 rake too, and it's you
Yeah,
get
it's
the
barely any rake.
added equity with the.
Yeah, so
It's not that much.
if you're
though.
losing
It's
10%,
only
you still have to
25K.
in EV, and then recaptures that for like the
It
player.
helps. He needs to win player of the series 4% more often.
Yeah,
I think that's
probably doable. Yeah.
yeah.
But I mean,
Especially
It's
'cause
always a
there's
good
only
sign
one
you're at a
25
soft final
anymore.
table when they're
Like,
discussing the in-depth
$500
expected value of the rake
That's
structure.
so small though. Like, who
Yeah,
Yeah,
cares,
and
right?
as it
Quantify
pertains
exactly,
to the
yeah.
PGT
Like a
leaderboard.
0.6 Bitcoin bonus is just not that big of a bonus. No, I mean, if it was like 100, if it was like 3 Bitcoin, like no, then it would be. No, I'm being serious. Like, it shouldn't factor in your decision making that much.
I mean,
sure.
it depends when you buy the Bitcoin.
Like, if you really want to go play
if you
golf,
buy it today.
you should live
But
your
what
life.
what if you buy it a year from now? Then it's like a 0.1 Bitcoin bonus.
Yockey bullish on the future price of Bitcoin.
But I think
Foxen, 2 kings off the short stack.
And it's true. It's like
About 15 big blinds. Not the shortest at the table.
It's supposed to be 1 Bitcoin.
Calculate menu.
It's a great.
Facing the open will bring the 3-bet. Blind versus blind. Those kings strong enough to pump up the pot. We'll see what Merron wants to
Arch, it's
do.
good.
The ace-jack 10-9.
Why would we spend this dollar?
Yeah, Merron here,
Oh, gotcha.
big stack, probably enough of a hand, and Foxen probably not deep enough that I think I expect Merron to take a shot here and try and knock
I
out
mean, like,
Alex
there's ego,
Foxen.
like maybe like he cares about that for ego. But
If this were yesterday with the progressive bounties, there would be
They're
no
in
doubt
there.
about it.
100%.
I like to try to win the things. You know.
I'll
Aaron,
get
plenty
the-
of chips.
I'll get the burger. one.
He does stick it in, and Foxen's tournament life will be at risk
Can I-
with the
can I get,
King
like, a
King
real
7-5.
knife instead of the plastic
He is a
one?
slight favorite, but really just a flip here between these two, blind versus blind. 1.1 million in the middle.
Went pretty good. Raise-
560.
Don't put it out
Foxen
there.
coming into
It's
this event
saying you're gonna
7th
lose.
in the 2023
We both
PGT
agree.
with 16 cashes and 1 win. Took down the PokerGO Cup event 6 for 317,000. Looking to get back in the winner's circle again today, but he'll need those
predictions?
kings to hold.
It's gonna be a win.
I mean, I
price
feel like
predictions
I
for-
think the ace jack
Crypto
is gonna win
prediction,
with aces and nines.
Aces and nines?
Yeah.
That's pretty unlikely.
Queen
at this
8
point.
deuce on the flop with a couple of diamonds and straight possibilities forming for Merron,
It's not
who
impossible.
moves slightly
yeah,
ahead as the
Oh,
equities
okay.
shift.
But he still could also have
We
aces.
need king of spades.
That's fair.
Put a king of spades.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Jack on the turn makes the straight for Merron, queen high straight, and Foxen is drawing dead going to the river. He will be the 7th place finisher
Got the king of
here today
Yeah, one card to
as the meaningless
We
king
called
of
it, so, I
spades
mean,
hits the
we're
river,
pulling
and
for you.
that'll do it for Foxen. The 32-year-old takes down $57,000, 57 leaderboard
In an
points, and
unsaturated
he
market,
is
you
probably
should
off to
see
hop
other
into
people's
event number
competitors.
6.
Like the other players, like they help grow the market.
Oh right, sorry.
That's what.
Merron,
Crypto
meanwhile,
adoption is like
right back
5%
on the
of
heels of
people.
Bryce Yockey for
And
that
of those
chip lead.
5%, like they only have like 10% of their net worth. So you just don't really root against other people like that. Like this is
Merron
why I
looking for his
always
first
encourage
six-figure score, his largest cash to date,
other
$83,000
centralized
for the
exchanges and other
2019
wallets, you know, as long as
$600
they're
no limit event
producing more,
at
the whole
Foxwoods in
industry
one of
grows as a
their
whole.
tournament series.
Just don't see the other players as competitors.
Trying to get in the forest, trying to-
This is his first cash in a buy-in of more than $3,000. The other was an 8th place finish in the 3K PLO this year at the WSOP
I
for
was guessing
42
who's
grand.
gonna
I
get
was
it.
like, so
I didn't have you at number
I was
one.
Locked up
honestly, I was- I had, like,
68,000,
there,
but
like,
he's got
okay,
his
you look
eyes
super
on nearly a
familiar, but I
$250,000.
didn't really pinpoint what it was.
I don't know where I know you from.
I didn't realize what it said. I just saw like some like lettering on
How
it.
many speeches do I have to give?
Bryce
before-
came so late, he didn't
yeah.
yeah. standing up.
1:30.
I think this is a good time to say that
That's
anything
good.
said is not investment advice. Just, I don't know, maybe
Poland's
protect us
right
from a
around the
legal
corner.
sense at some
Do we have a
point.
disclaimer? Yeah, I'm looking at the YouTube comments right now, and the final table participants telling everyone, buy Bitcoin, go big. They're bullish. I see discussion about shorting
It's
it with
kind of
leverage
understandable, I
and
realize.
margin
Yeah,
in
it's like,
the
just
chat. I don't
about
know.
everybody. Though you see me enough to know that like I don't wear glasses and my head,
No, that was
my,
like the
head, my
first
hair
thing
was longer yesterday.
First thing
I went home and
Oh,
shaved my
really?
head.
Yeah.
okay, I actually didn't notice that part, but the first thing I thought is like, doesn't Ben usually dress better than this? Not a big blind either.
Oh, that's funny that you missed it. Yeah.
And I got
Once
So
I showed
6
up today, I
players
realized,
remain
like, it might
now.
not be
That
very
means
obvious
players
to
get
people.
a little
I'm just a
top
poker
up
player
here,
wearing a hoodie.
or some
Well,
additional
when I-
time
now that I,
extension
like,
chips,
read
6
your
more
hoodie, I
for
get it.
each
But
player.
Before that, I didn't notice.
Oh yeah, it's not even
It
that.
has to be more
apparent.
visible.
Yeah, well, I just saw like the top half of cut off letters. It was like kind of hard to read.
That is,
There you go. Now I get it. That's pretty good, actually.
it's really good.
You making the most of his camera time here with the
That
Changpen Zhao costume or outfit.
10 BTC daily withdrawal limit back in the day that you had. No KYC was pretty nice.
If you're joining us late, Alex Foxen, first player knocked out.
I recommend
Got
using
it in
sites
blind
that use
versus
KYC.
blind with
the ones that don't are pretty
kings.
shady.
against an ace jack 10-9. I believe it was king king 7-5. A flip against Merron. Merron turned a queen high straight to knock out Foxen. Folding around to Ausmus in the small blind. The 44-year-old Las Vegas resident grew up in Colorado. 16 million in lifetime earnings, limps it in, and Yockey will check back in the big blind. Top 2 pair for Ausmus. Not much developing though for Yockey.
Check. Check.
Both players check. We'll head to the turn. Ace of diamonds. Ausmus now with aces and queens, but no diamond blockers in his hand.
Check.
Yockey, just 5% equity going to the river 3, and it's not what he's looking for. He needed the deuce. Ausmus with top 2. And he's going to try to get some value from those aces and queens, but nothing doing as Yockey has none of it. Ausmus takes it down.
You've been doing good. You've been giving me some good content to push back towards.
I'm trying.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I wish I knew crypto better. I would have had some better retorts for you.
I wish I knew it better.
Wish I could predict it.
The only time I actually wanted to know more about crypto.
So I'm thinking this might be a Halloween bid and not
Oh,
actually.
man.
I
Has
thought
to
you
be.
might be into crypto
what?
then.
Oh,
Apparently
yeah.
not.
We'll take it.
I'm a heavy crypto advocate.
Anti-sweat net?
No, I'm a true believer. I've been involved for a long time.
Bryce Yockey's in. He's a maxi,
I'm
as they'd
repping
say.
a crypto NFT game
That's
right
new
now.
to me.
Me too.
Maximum, I assume?
Oh yeah, all in,
All
all
in?
your chips. Let's go. No pot limit. This is no limit.
Quantum.
Merron in there with a king, 6-5. Raises it up. Yockey putting together chips in the small blind. And he does come with a 3-bet queen, jack, 10. And that dead card is the queen of hearts. So queens with some connectivity. Yockey will bring the 3-bet. These two played a huge pot last night, by the way. Nearly 25 of the chips in play, 25% of the chips in play ended up in the middle with 11 players left.
Hands up.
Yockey was running a huge bluff with a nut flush blocker, but ran into the straight flush of Merron. That was turned. So that perhaps in the back of both of these players' minds heading to this 10-8 deuce flop with 2 diamonds. Merron picking up the flush draw to go with the overpair.
300.
Yockey still with the queens. A gut shot as well. Backdoor hearts. And that 10. Good enough to put out a continuation bet.
Call.
Merron finds the call and heads to the turn. King of hearts on the turn. Top set for Merron. And more straight outs developing for Yockey to go with his flush outs. This pot could get big.
Check.
Again, that dead card is the queen of hearts. So Yockey checking now with quite a bit of equity, but he's not going to get a cheap look, I would imagine, with Merron sitting on top set and the second nut diamond draw.
Pretty fun action card here. Would expect some chips to go into the middle here from Merron.
10 seconds.
Looks like he's thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of half pot.
750.
Yockey now pondering his options. Fold, probably not going to be one of them.
No.
Looks like just a call coming,
Call.
which will blow this pot up to nearly 3 million chips. The chip lead on the line as we head to a river. The 7 of spades is not going to change anything here. And unless Yockey goes for a huge bluff,
Check.
I don't think this pot's going to get any bigger.
And Yockey probably thinking, how did I miss? I mean, what? Hearts, straights, I mean, come on.
Merron perhaps a little concerned that some straights got there.
I have 3.4.
10 seconds.
Got to imagine he's going to try to get some value here, but
How much?
That hand last night could be in his mind as well. If he bets anything, he's got to be prepared to face a raise for all of it. He knows Yockey's capable with the key blockers if he has them, which he doesn't in this case. Time extension used there by Merron, and he does go for that thin value. Looks like he's trying to get the neighborhood of $1 million and a quick fold from Yockey. So Merron takes down a pot of more than 3 million chips, and he will vault into the chip lead ahead of Yockey, now nearly a 2-to-1 chip advantage over Yockey, who will remain in second place. And, you know, if you're coming in here in Merron's spot, the lone non-professional at this final table, just a great way to get things going early on. A huge pot for Merron.
Yeah, especially against that specific opponent, because Yockey is
See if you really have
the biggest threat to him at the top of the leaderboard.
I
But
can't believe he had nothing.
What's it?
you can kind of, you know,
2
extend a
hours.
little bit of a stiff arm to
Really
Mr.
good
Yockey over there. Be like,
Three deuces.
Really good
Set.
hand.
my table. I'm going to control this
Time
spot.
extensions, right?
Here's the turn.
GTO Wizard is the ultimate tool to take your poker game to the next level. Browse GTO solutions, practice every situation, learn from top coaches and more. Sharpen your skills today. Scan the QR code on your screen or head to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to receive free access to GTO Wizard for your first 24 hours, as well as 10% off
hear
your
your
first
frustration.
purchase.
No, I feel okay. It's, you know, seen a black
Here
7.
for
let's see
event
back
number
over one.
5 of the PGT PLO series, second iteration of the
Better than
series.
Nice hand.
Red 6, right? Red
114 entrants in this event.
6 of hearts. would have been-
239,000 and change
Yeah,
will
I'm
go
not
to the
sure if I
winner.
would've bettered that.
The crew couldn't believe he had 3 deuces in his hand. Right. We double checked.
And then he flopped a set.
Check those.
There's a deuce out there, right? 10 8 deuce, I think.
was it?
Yeah.
John Riordan in the white hoodie there has been quiet in the early going. 30-year-old
the
pro
pairing
from
partner.
Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Over $2 million in lifetime earnings, couple of
Oh,
bracelets.
6. That's
Yeah,
6,
recent
10.
bracelets.
Yeah.
Both part of the WSOP Online series that recently wrapped up. Riordan had some success there.
Took down the Lucky Sevens event for $61,000 and the 3,200 High Roller 6 Max for $112,000. So he comes in white hot after grinding that online series in the fall. By the way, I'll throw a little trivia out there. Donnie, feel free to hop on if you know the answer. Anyone in the YouTube comments? 2 of the 7 players at this final table coming in shared an extremely rare feat in tournament poker. See if anyone can guess what it is. And if not, I'll give the answer a little later. Yockey taking it down on the button with the King Jack 10 deuce. Donnie, you've got a look of contemplation scanning
Yeah,
the
I'm
names.
I'm thinking.
A third player came very, very close to accomplishing it as well.
I mean, I got nothing, at least right now. But we'll let the
Let's see if
we can
anyone
let the viewers
wants
stew
to
on it
take
for
a
a little
shot
bit.
at it. They can do some research. Blinds up to 25 and 50,000, 50K big blind ante. So Riordan down to 6 big blinds, you on about 10 big blinds. Folds around to Riordan on the button. Ace 10, 7 deuce, double suited. This could be enough hand for the short stack to try to get it in the middle.
Pot.
He does pot it. Well, that gets nearly 2/3 of his stack in the middle already. You lets go the Jack 9, 8, 4. Maksimov, Ace 7, 6, 6 in the big.
130.
As the Ace 6 of hearts working. Does Maksimov. Looks like just a call from Maksimov. So more than 400,000 in the middle. Riordan with 135,000 behind. So a high likelihood of those chips ending up in the middle if these players connect at all. And Maksimov flops open-ended and puts it in. And Riordan, not much to work with. Backdoor, 2 backdoor flush draws. And that's going to be enough to go with because he just doesn't have enough behind to fold. So Riordan's tournament life is on the line. 695,000 in the middle. He is
I don't know.
about a 2-to-1 dog here in equity. Riordan, Maksimov has that pair of sixes currently
7, it looks like.
the best showdown value. Riordan needs to see an ace, a 10, or running flush cards. Looking for clubs, diamonds, running straight cards available to him as well.
Depends on the turn.
Deuce of spades on the turn does give him bottom pair. He can now also win with a deuce or a 7. So he needs an ace, 10, 7, or deuce, and the river is the 7. Riordan stays alive.
I got the Isaac Kempton.
Backdoor 2 pair,
He's 7
and
deuce
he
double.
will double up to
Great
695,000.
high-low player.
And he's got just a little bit of breathing room here, still on a short stack.
I was playing like Ben Yu in that stud tournament up until that. I folded every hand. Trying to take advantage of my image with the A7 deuce, but
Almost worked.
Riordan, a pro who dropped out of the University of Florida, started
somehow I got
playing
it.
It almost didn't
free
work.
money games when he was
Almost didn't
13.
work.
Started playing for money at 18. Has played as high as 200, 400 online
with
cash
an edge.
games in the PLO
Winner
streets,
of
so he is no stranger to high stakes 4-card action.
3 tens is a lot of outs.
He's also been
3 tens
a
is a lot
regular
of outs.
You could catch
in the
two.
high stakes games in South Florida.
No, I had an ace.
Yeah, it makes ace 10.
Huh?
Ace,
Oh yeah, ace, ace.
An ace 7 for a chop.
Ace 7.
Matt,
He's got 2
in the
chop outs.
chat, guessing you and
5 outs.
Ausmus
He's
both
2 chop outs and 5 outs.
5
on the
bracelets.
bottom.
Ausmus
Turn
has
gave him-
6. I think
turn gave
you
him
has
4
4.
Trying to give him life.
Certainly a rare feat,
I'm
not
just
the one
hoping
I was
next time I'm
going
all in
for,
on
though.
the flop. I don't have to say I have nothing.
You've Ausmus the 19th ever with 6 or more bracelets.
Just get it in free. That way you can never have nothing.
I tried. I bought it. We tried me.
No limit
You on the button, Queen 994,
Nice to hear.
and he's
It's
working
nice
off
when
of
you
just
hear,
9
I
big
don't have
blinds.
either.
Well,
Yeah,
I did-
now I see it.
I
Not
did
good
it,
enough,
yeah.
he'll let it go.
Pair of sixes.
Kings.
You, a pro who's also a commentator and writer, and one of the
boxed up.
topics he enjoys writing about is stack preservation
If it was
in tournament
normal, I
poker.
would've jammed.
Yeah.
That'll be key off of his current stack size.
Yeah, we'll see how well he does with these
You ever
9
played a
bigs.
No Limit 08 tournament.
You played that?
Yeah, they're like, they have them online. They're like really popular.
Maximov limps in the small blind with ace,
How
queen,
long
tray,
ago?
tray.
Oh, I don't know.
Merron, 2
Not that long
kings.
ago, 4 or 5 years
7
ago.
deuce side
But
cards, but still
they
2
were, like,
kings blind versus
strange,
blind.
'cause, like, people, like, min-range.
With a chip lead, Maximov under some ICM pressure with the 2 short stacks
Time, 'cause
still
it's-
left behind.
Sounds pretty fun.
It is kind of fun. It's kind of stupid.
And
too.
a
It's kinda
raise
fun.
coming in from Merron, who gets a quick fold from Maximov.
Equities just run so close. You just like, take your fold equity and like pray you don't run into aces.
Merron looking for his first 6-figure score.
Exactly. That's what made me
Says
think of it.
his poker inspiration,
You had a good
Doyle
answer.
Brunson. He holds close his memories of Doyle and said he tried to learn a lot from him watching him play.
So far, he's been the star of the show, the star of the final table. Won that big pot without showdown against Bryce Yockey. Has chipped up well. Otherwise, of course, knocked out Alex Foxen as the first player to go today. It's Kyle Merron's world, and we're all just living in it
He's
right
been
now.
running hot, playing well. That's all you can do, right?
Exactly. Can't ask for much more.
150.
Yockey opening up the ace, queen, jack, 7 from the low jack. Perhaps feeling out this dynamic, going to see how much pushback he gets from the bigger stack of Merron. Also has Merron in the small blind, so this might be the position that Yockey feels best about opening wider. Ausmus in the big blind with ace, 10, 7 tray, and he'll let it go. Another guess from Jacob in the chat saying, I guess referring to Ausmus and you that they won a bracelet the first time they played a bracelet event. As far as I know, that's not the case.
Wait, what? No way.
Daniel Negreanu did do that. His first bracelet event, he shipped it way back in the day. But that's not this. That's not this piece of trivia. It is
Is it they both have
Getting-
online bracelets?
the. If-
Osmus has
I don't
one.
think that's a rare.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I have no idea.
But the winning a bracelet the first time they played a bracelet event is close. It's getting warmer in the vicinity of
I mean,
the answer.
there's no way Jeremy Osmus won the first bracelet
No.
event he played.
No.
It's just not.
It's not the
didn't
right
happen.
answer. It's just getting warmer, you know, hot or cold. Wait a few more minutes, see if anyone else has any guesses. Maksimov, ace-6-6 deuce. Badoogie on the button. Oh, excuse me, in the cutoff. Let that go. Merron on the button with the king-10-9-4. We were talking yesterday, Donnie, about the different ways chip leaders can play at these final tables. We saw Ilias Parsonen just applying tons of pressure all day at his final table and yet not a lot of pushback. Merron there staying a bit tighter on the button, and Yockey ends up getting the walk with
Even out of
a
pair.
pretty hand to the big blind.
Yeah, I almost feel like
Yeah.
Bryce Yockey is acting like the chip leader, although he's not the
Yep.
chip leader. Maybe that's just an experience thing with him. You know, also he is very healthy on chips. You know, he's not the chip leader, but he's still got 70 plus big blinds in his stack. So if he feels like, you know, Merron's not really going to fight back against him, then Yockey can just open it up and just
For
go
sure.
for it in a lot of spots.
And he's got the positional advantage on Merron as well, so that factors in, but definitely seems to be feeling out if he's going to be able to do that, and we'll see how that dynamic develops.
Yeah, positional advantage on Merron. Also good position, of course, on Jeremy Ausmus, who's third in chips, also a very experienced player and well-versed in PLO. And then it benefits Yockey as well that the two short stacks, Riordan and you, are behind him. So, you know, what damage is going to come after me? Probably not too much, and I can maneuver that correctly if it does happen.
Even if he gets into a position where he doubles up one of those shorter stacks, he'd still be pretty healthy second place.
Yep.
Kind of neck and neck with Ausmus.
695 before
Thing.
100.
Ausmus on the button, queen 9-4. Two queens, wow, lets them go on the button.
Lost 60?
Yockey with the ace queen 4 deuce, double suited in the small blind. Looks like $1.50 out there.
Call.
And Riordan will make the call from the big blind. Ace jack 9 deuce on the flop.
Good flop here for Yockey.
Or excuse me, ace jack 9 on the flop. Yockey picking up top pair, the flush draw as well. Riordan with at least top pair, not sure what that fourth card is. $100,000 wagered by Yockey. Depending on that fourth card, Riordan could have straight possibilities or two pair or backdoor flush possibilities if it's a diamond. Does make the call. We head to the turn now. 550,000 in the middle. Less than a pot-sized bet left behind for Riordan. So depending on what he's holding with that fourth card, could certainly be a spot where the chips get in on the turn.
Good read.
3 of diamonds on the turn.
All in.
Yockey puts it in. And Riordan thinking about it.
I knew you were going to call.
Does make the call.
Oh, you turned
I think I saw a second paint card, King of Diamonds. So a flush draw picked up on the turn for Riordan. Also has a gut shot to Broadway.
Fight.
A good spot here for Riordan to
Big
get his money in.
advantage.
2 to 1
Yockey
advantage here
looking-
going to the river.
Sorry, Yockey
That's
looking
my
for those
view. I feel like my
spades. They
senses have
chop
been really
on
lately.
a queen.
That's
But I'm also running so good that I'm probably
Yockey
going
can
to
hit
win
a
even though I feel like
5
I'm not
as
going to.
well.
No, a 4 or a
Have
deuce,
anything to
right?
say about it?
For 2 pair?
5 for a wheel.
It's not crypto. He's
No.
got nothing to say.
I don't think.
Imagine the game.
I don't see the other players as competitors.
He
You
would
said
have
it
to.
already.
Oh, the deuce 4. Yes, yes.
You think
14
this is
outs.
gambling
See him at
anyway?
the top of the screen. Halfway across the screen.
Hey, don't forget to say that you're rooting for me. If you think this is gambling, imagine what you could do with 100x leverage.
Ace king.
Jack of clubs on the river. Safe card for Riordan, and he does secure the double up. I hope Yockey didn't want to leverage that situation 100x.
Imagine if you could apply leverage like mid-hand of a poker hand. Like you're all in, you're feeling good about your spot, you're
How comes
80%.
they're
You're like, I want to
often
10x this
unpredictable?
leverage right now.
That's only in the movies, right?
Just
You
like
pull
in
out the
the-
car
Does he
keys
say
and
that
throw them on the table
Yeah,
in the
I mean, why
movies.
not? I mean, that should be like, I feel like you could incorporate that somehow into online poker with the mechanisms at play.
You could do it. You see those tournaments where you get multiple bullets and you decide when to deploy them?
Yeah, maybe you do
You
it
could do
there
it.
too.
If you allowed it to go north in the middle of the hand, you could do it that way too.
Felt like you were calling me that time when I jammed the turn.
Sean guessing that they won a bracelet the
just didn't
first time
hear.
they each made a final
No,
table.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if they did. That wasn't the answer I was looking for either.
It could be
You
the
know, I
answer.
didn't- when I
Well, I mean,
found
yeah,
this
that's
piece
all
of
you have.
trivia and decided
probably had
to
more than you
float the
expected
question
after
out, I
being
didn't realize
pulled
there
so
were going to be a
fast.
bunch of guesses that I wouldn't know. Maybe. That's
I don't know about
possible.
that. I
Every
mean,
second pair was live, you know.
yeah, I mean,
I don't know what you were thinking, Bryce.
Russell says they must have played late last night to end at 7
expected
players. I
around
believe it
12
was
to
around
15 ounce.
1:45, 2 in the morning, something like that when they
That was
wrapped up
insane, dude.
for the
Yeah,
final
usually
7.
they want to get them down to
Could be a shot. You
6.
told me the ace, queen, 10.
So the fact that they ended with 7, yeah, they probably played a little bit late and decided to
I thought
bag
it was
them
a
up for the
loser,
night,
so I
which
would've
is
been
fine.
happy with the chop.
Gives us a little bit more play here today for the live stream, so viewers should enjoy that.
And a couple of short stacks coming in early, driving some action. Alex Foxen was the first eliminated. Knocked out by Kyle Merron in a pre-flop flip, blind versus blind. Aces for Riordan in the small blind. Just after doubling up, facing the open from Yockey on the button with a king 9-9-8. It's always great when you double up and pick up a premium almost immediately.
All right.
Pot size, 3-bet coming from Riordan.
25.
425,000. We'll lose you in the big blind. Yockey deciding whether to continue, perhaps whether to leverage. See if he can get some margin. The king 9-9-8 is certainly a speculative holding. Facing the 3-bet.
10 seconds.
And Yockey will let it go. So Riordan continuing to chip up. He's now moved ahead of Maksimov and
was
closing
close.
the gap towards Ausmus
I'm surprised
as
I
well.
didn't want to double check what I had. That shit was insane.
You made sure to put it in the boxes this time so everyone could see how good it was.
There you go. I'm sure for you.
So the trivia I was looking for, if you pull up the Hendon mob for Alex Foxen and John Riordan and scroll all the way to the bottom to their very first cash of their career, they both won the very first live tournament they cashed, which is not easy to do. Riordan took down a WSOPC main event in West Palm Beach for $210,000 back in 2011. Foxen took down the WSOPC event in New Orleans in 2012. $355 six max for $22,000. And Artem Maksimov came close. His second cash was a win. It was on the same day as his first cash.
Wow.
Smaller event, though, smaller field, so a little less impressive. But nonetheless, it's not easy to do, and to have two guys at the same table who did it. Ausmus taking down the blinds there. Sitting comfortably on about 40 big blinds. Mentioned this is the 5th event of PLO Series 2. The winners of the first handful of events, Matthew Wantman took down event 1 for $150,000 in the 5K. Ilyas Parsonen took down event number 2, the $7,500 bounty, for $179,000 in cash and bounties. Stephen Hubbard took down the 10K in event 3 for $231,000, and yesterday Adam Hendricks shipped event number 4, total of $324,000 in the 15K progressive bounty. Honorable mention to Richard Grieco, back-to-back third-place finishes the last 2 days. That's got him second on that Series 2 leaderboard. You not finding enough to work with on the button there as he dwindles down to about 7 big blinds. Maksimov will try to get a cheap flop with the ace-10, 9-8. Merron checking back the king-queen, 8-7. Jack 8-3 on the flop, couple of hearts. Merron picking up middle pair. Inside wrap for Maksimov. And that 8 with a better kicker puts him in front at the moment as well. And trip 8's on the turn for both players. Puts a second flush draw out. And that is an action card. And Merron in quite a bit of trouble here. Maksimov 2/3 pot. And with a lot of draws out there, I would imagine Merron with the king kicker here feels pretty good about his hand. Might be a spot to put in a raise. Just a call, though, from Merron. And a lot of rivers would be action killers here. The Jack of Hearts is one of them, in more ways than one. Maksimov now a lock on this hand. Trip 8s with the ace kicker. Merron playing the trip 8s with the king kicker. Remember, you've got to play both cards in PLO. They are not boated. Maksimov checks. Merron thinking about it. The 34-year-old from Massachusetts.
Trips.
Checks it back, announces trips, and he'll see the bad news that he's out kicked, but the good news is that river card saved him at least one bet that would have gone in on the end. Maksimov picks up the pot. He's got to be relatively happy with that outcome. Maksimov in a tough ICM spot right here. He's got about 29 big blinds. Ben Yu on just 7. And Maksimov out of position against the chip leader, blind versus blind there.
Yeah.
Situation where you've got to tread lightly. Merron still a comfortable chip lead, more than twice the chips of the second place Bryce Yockey. Merron 42% of the chips in play.
By the way, everybody's playing above the rim so far.
You got a report?
Yeah. I have some people in the booth, you know.
It's not us.
I was
I'll
about to
I'll
say.
tell you that much.
Big folds. John been getting value.
The level of above the rim for me for PLO is very, very low. It's like the little, the plastic hoops for the toddlers to dunk on.
CZ's here.
He's not here to play poker. He's here to promote.
I know.
A common complaint I hear amongst our users is that whenever they buy, the market goes down, but whenever they sell, it's all stonks to the moon. And I hear this complaint from Bryce all the time. He just always complains to me. And what I have to tell these people
Finance user.
is that
Complainer,
if you get this feeling a lot, it means you're not a good trader and you should just don't trade and just hold.
That's what I do.
Buy and hold. Hodl.
I stopped trading a long time ago because of people like you who convinced me not to.
Hodl, baby.
What's it like being a multi-billionaire?
Diamond hands.
It is what it is.
Just an average guy.
I started off working at McDonald's and at gas stations. Those were pretty rough jobs.
Yeah.
Look at you now.
Technology
now.
moves, everything moves really fast, and yeah, here we are.
Not much doing on this flop between Ausmus and Riordan.
Check.
You know, the bit is good enough from you, but I admire the timing of it. Hasn't had to go to a time bank chip. Here's the 10 seconds, wraps it up. He does some commentating. He's used to working with a clock, I guess.
Yeah, I like how he stayed in character too.
On the turn, Ausmus with top 2 pair on the 3 flush board, but no spade blockers. Riordan has jacks. He does have the 10 of spades. He will just check back. 7 on the river. Ausmus with a lock on the hand. His 10s and 4s are good. It's going to be tough to get value from them here, though. At least against this particular holding. Ausmus has been a poker pro since 2004. He's married with 2 daughters. 9th coming into this event in the 2023 PGT with 18 cashes, 0 wins, hoping to pick up his first today. He is going to try to eke out some value there with 10s and 4s, but Riordan not thinking too hard about it, lets it go, and Ausmus picks up the pot. Ausmus got serious about poker his senior year of college, built his bankroll playing live 1-2 and 2-5 cash games in Fort Collins, Colorado, and
More like a,
he's come pretty far from those days.
corner market street robbery.
Petty
I'm sure those games were amazing. Can only imagine.
Tad bit softer than the PokerGO studio streets, I'm sure.
I had it, man.
He's got 16 million in career tournament earnings.
Yeah.
He's a regular in the high rollers. And 2022 PokerGO Cup champion.
2 jacks.
He says he works harder when he's losing, so if that's true, I don't know if he's been working too hard in the studying for a little while now, because these last few years for Ausmus, he's been on fire, not doing too much losing.
But
I
if
will
you
say,
did,
I
then
think
okay.
more recently it hasn't been a ton of winning for Ausmus. Not that he's not doing all right, but
He won 2 bracelets in 2021, 2 bracelets in 2022, 1 bracelet this year, and that 2022 PokerGO Cup. But yeah, not putting up those podium finishes at that high frequency of late. Certainly a lot of variance involved. Plenty of cashes. He's a graduate of Colorado State.
the PGT mixed game series that recently happened, you know, not too much noise from Ausmus. Nothing happening for him in Super High Rollerball PLO, so
Contemplating this ace-jack 9-9 facing the open from you with a
199.
double-suited ace-king 7-3. You putting in about half his stack with this open, so committing himself to this hand.
Ausmus, of course, still has to be mindful of Bryce Yockey behind him.
Might be debating whether to try to isolate here, and looks like that's what he's going to do, putting in the big 3-bet.
I first got into crypto in 2013 when a dear friend recommended I put 10% of my net worth into Bitcoin. He said there's a chance it goes to 0, but there's also a chance it 10x's, and then I'll have doubled my net worth. So then I did some research on my own, and I couldn't just do 10%. I had to go all in.
Incredible stuff there from Ben Yu. I mean, I know we're not supposed to root here in the booth, but I don't want him to leave. I mean, I want him to stick around.
If we can get a speech like that every time he goes all in.
He's putting a lot
He
more
deserves
work
it.
into all
for
this.
sure, yeah.
He's-
Wait, who's Ben?
Yeah,
who's Ben right
I
now?
like CZ's chances.
Yep.
You
He
a
had to
slight
give it
underdog
before
here with
the
the ace-king 7-3. His hearts are covered, clubs are live. Needs to move ahead of that pair of nines.
To that way? Which way? No, I'm saying which way should I stand? All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's your fault they're missing all of this.
5-5-3 on the flop.
Tough boards for
You
this.
picks
good
up the
backdoors.
pair, but
A lot of
not
backdoors.
enough to move ahead. Needs an ace-king or 3.
4 clubs for fun.
Yeah, Bitcoin's going to need a rally here.
What about a 5?
5's not as fun.
4 of diamonds on the turn does add straight outs for you. A 6, a deuce, a tray, an ace, or a king on the river.
Change your mind.
Otherwise, you will be out in 6th.
He's been right so far.
And the Queen of Hearts doesn't do it. We lose Ben Yu in 6th.
Really
For
nice to
being
meet
here
you.
today with me. I look forward to what we have going on in the rest of 2023 and upcoming next year. We have lots of things coming.
I'm glad you had fun in your first poker tournament.
Yeah. Come back.
It's very nice to meet you.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
Unfortunately for you, the card's not cooperating with him. Quite the performance in the entertainment category, though.
Number.
Although at the end there, it had kind of the tenor of
Like the blind.
a downbeat in earnings call or something.
I mean, listen, if
understand.
poker ever
That's a
goes
great
south
That
for
was
Ben Yu,
hysterical, dude.
he
was
can pick up,
very
you know,
good.
Yeah.
some acting, some comedic
was good.
impersonations
That
or
last
something
The
like
last
that.
part
you know?
where he said I had
Yeah,
gold
the
in his
goal, that
jams
was
was
really
amazing.
That was
should've
really
won.
good. I didn't even see that coming.
I didn't see it coming. Yeah.
Had us in that first half.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was impressive. It's like he deserved to win after that, you know?
Almost. Till
Good
the,
thing poker
till the
doesn't
5-5
work
here.
that way.
I was rooting against them.
Ausmus was rooting for himself. I mean,
2.7.
pretty rare to lose a player the caliber
Yeah,
of Ben
like
Yu,
1.4.
and everyone's like, oh man, I wish he
Yeah.
could have stuck around a little
What about
longer.
Yeah.
Same.
All right.
You taking
Yeah,
home
1.4, I think.
When you're
$68,400.
the chip leader, no one ever asks.
The
you.
remaining players have locked up just
Thank you,
under
thank you.
80,000 apiece. Merron lets those queens go. When you talk about the different
I don't know if
approaches
it's
to the
like
chip
4
lead,
or
I would imagine
What?
Anelius
no,
Parson
it's
would have
your
been
chip leader,
opening
no
those
one ever asks
queens,
how much
trying
you
to
have.
apply
They
as
just
much
know they
pressure as
have it covered.
possible.
Yeah.
I'm having the worst final table so far. I'm
playing my
down
own
1.4 million.
I'm just worried about what I'm doing, not what you guys are doing.
1.5, but who's counting? Yockey still in second, although he and Ausmus separated by just about a small blind. They are neck and neck.
Call.
Three-way limped pot here between Yockey, Riordan, and Ausmus. Ace, king, deuce on the flop, 2 diamonds. Yockey some wheel outs to go along with a 10 high flush draw. Good enough to fire 75,000. Riordan puts top pair in the muck, and Ausmus a Broadway gut shot, but not much else. A middling backdoor club draw. Thinking about it in position though. These two players can apply a lot of pressure to each other on those 50 plus big blind stacks,
Big hand.
but not enough to work with there for Ausmus. He'll let it go, and Yockey takes it down. If you joined us late, Alex Foxen was the 7th place finisher, came in on one of the shorter stacks, got it in blind versus blind preflop against Kyle Merron, and the kings of Foxen unable to hold. The ace jack 10-9 of Merron turned queen high straight. Just lost Ben Yu in 6th. Merron with more than 40% of the chips in play. Ace 9-9-7, couple of clubs. His hobbies are hockey, sports betting, hiking, and basketball.
You put my food in, right? You give my food? Okay.
Exciting time of year to be a
It's been
sports
sitting there
betting
for a while.
enthusiast.
I had no clue that was
Football in full
I
gear.
like, I don't know. I'm tired and kind of out of it. I just
Baseball in the
didn't even
playoffs?
register this was here.
College basketball getting started soon.
Feeling all right, Trey?
I mean, when I'm
Riordan
tired,
limping
my
in the
brain
small
kinda doesn't
blind.
work.
Jack 10-8-7.
Yeah, I just
Check back in the big blind from Maximov.
No, I
Jack
didn't- I didn't see it
10-8-6.
come in or
So these
anything.
two sharing a lot
All
of
good.
cards.
thank you.
High probability of a chop, especially on the ace 5-4 flop. Each with a gut shot to an 8 high straight. Riordan needs the 6, Maksimov needs the 7. Backdoor diamonds for Maksimov as well.
75.
These vegetables from Thai are really good.
They're amazing.
I've just started getting them.
75,000
Honestly,
bet
they're
by
the best things on the menu.
Riordan.
What is it?
Like the
Get 'em every
vegetables
day
at
now.
Din Tai Fung.
It's one of those
They're
situations
just like
where
all perfect. Like the,
being the first to have a chance to
kale, the
stab at it does
broccoli,
give you
the
some
stringy,
possibilities,
all
but
really good.
Maksimov will
Versus
defend and
mustard
continue to
greens
the
and
turn, and that
fantastic.
diamond
$100.
gives him more equity.
Favorite, but they're all good.
Cabbage.
It also makes
Yeah,
that
I
board
had a
quite a bit
cabbage.
scarier for Riordan against a big blind check back range.
Kind of like
A lot of
slightly
those
sauteed
trash hands
in
pre-flop
oil,
just
I
made a
guess,
wheel.
I think that's what they all kind of are.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of oil, some garlic.
These two will end up chopping nearly 70% of the time if this hand does make it to showdown. And the bottom two stacks at this final table. Riordan checks the turn. We'll see if Maksimov wants to stab now that he's picked up some additional equity.
Have a piece of broccoli?
Oh, I'll take some now.
Or a couple, yeah.
Maksimov, a poker pro with a degree in public relations from Siberian Federal University. Puts in that bet on the turn. SFU. 41,000 students. It's about the size of Cal Berkeley or Florida State. So in his hometown where he grew up in Russia. He takes that pot down there. His hobbies are mixed martial arts. He enjoys boxing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu. Says his greatest life accomplishment has been raising his daughter.
Yeah, played with you. You're in WSOP maybe.
Yeah.
See it over here.
I almost final table the 3K 6 max. It was that. I played ran deep in the.
You ever come to Florida to play?
Yeah, I played at Florida too. I played in the 25K.
We have a break
this is where it
after
was. Yeah, I always.
one hand or this hand?
Sounds like Merron and Maksimov have crossed paths before,
Yeah, this is
discussing
awesome.
their history of events where they may have played together.
Okay. What's up?
What do you guys think of each other's games?
I don't think you did.
Not
I
enough,
do.
not enough sample. Let's see what he does here.
Was that Riordan stirring the pot a bit?
Friendly.
Maksimov limps in the 7-7-5-4. Merron ace-jack 4-4 in the big. Checks it back. Queen 10 deuce rainbow on the flop. Merron a gut shot for Broadway. Not much to work with there for Maksimov. Merron will just check it back, see a turn.
Got to be a lot different playing in here.
Three of clubs on the turn gives a flush draw to Merron, an open ender to Maksimov.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair,
Also a gut shot to the wheel for
I
Merron.
put a lot of work
So
into
Maksimov a small favorite here. He's got the better showdown value at the moment.
started doing like my own stuff just for like post flop, big blind ante, no limit, or PLO. Just
He'll
to get an
check.
idea of, like, how
We'll see if
ranges work
Merron
different and
decides to
stuff.
apply some heat now.
I would say
100,000 bet on the turn by
none
the
of the
small
stuff that's
business
like
owner
used
from
applies to
Massachusetts.
That's what I was going to say. It's like,
It's like
if-
completely different.
like it's, yeah, it's like just.
Merron
different
also a
worlds, right?
former
You know,
I mean, there's
physical
first off,
education
there's
teacher.
A straddle, almost
In
every
Athol,
hand.
Massachusetts.
The straddle's always in a different position, so just instantly any charts you've ever read are just useless.
Yeah, sure.
Maximov's going to look him
Given
up
the
with
way
the
that
sevens
these
and the
have been
draw.
played.
And that king on the river delivers Broadway to Merron.
But, like, if you've played a lot of
He's got the
experience,
nuts.
like, you have a lot of experience against all these different
Unfortunately for him, Maximov
Like, that's
just
how you
the
might
pair of sevens.
What player type am I?
So Merron will look for value here, but unless Maximov
Reg.
goes for quite the ambitious bluff, there won't be any
Um,
more chips going in the middle
I think
here
you're
for
tough.
Merron.
We've played together a lot, and I think you're really good.
By the
I
way,
mean, I don't know, unless you
Maximov
got
looking
worse in the
for
past 5 years.
his
We haven't played
first
much in the
live
past 5
tournament
years.
win since
It's very likely
2016.
that got worse.
He took down $12,000 and a $570
better.
turbo at Seminole Hard Rock. And that pot size bet goes uncalled from Maximov, who lets it go. So Merron takes down the pot, expands on his chip lead.
Probably.
Yeah, there's not a
This winter, WSOP is bringing the heat. This December, the WSOP is coming to Atlantis, and they're bringing $50 million guaranteed, with buy-ins as low as $1,000 or as high as $100,000. There's going to be 15 World Series of Poker Bracelet events and a $5,000 main event with a juicy $15 million guarantee. So who wants to come make history with me and win some bracelets in paradise?
All right, we are back here inside the PokerGO studio, our brand new studio room PGT PLO Series, event number 5. 5 players remaining. If you are joining us on YouTube, don't forget to hit that like button. Also throw us a little subscribe on the channel. We greatly appreciate it. Bryce Yockey here. The King, Queen, 9, 8 double suited coming in with a raise. Yockey currently second in chips to that man right there, Kyle Merron. Yockey's raise came from under the gun here. New blind level is 30,000 small blind, 60,000 big blind with a 60,000 big blind ante. The big blind ante in pot limit Omaha does not count towards the pot pre-flop, but then post-flop it is in the calculation. Merron comes along with a call. Ausmus gets out of the way from the big blind. Jack, 5-4, all spades. No spades among the 4 cards for each player. Check from Merron. Quick bet of 100K from Yockey. Shout out to our mods in the YouTube chat. RMX Indiana, Russell, Christy. As always, thank you guys very, very much for the work you do and for joining us every time we have a stream. Merron calls and a queen appears here on the turn. Those set of jacks still looking good for Merron. Check jacket there on the turn, 7 on the river. Merron gets that check mark as long as this goes to a showdown.
So Merron contemplating from the small blind here. Looks like 350, and that'll be met with a quick fold from Yockey. So Merron continuing to take down pots and expand on that chip lead. The 34-year-old, 398,000 in career lifetime earnings.
Yeah.
Chasing 240,000 up top here today.
1.44.
Cool. Chairs aren't good.
No, I find the I sit on my leg a lot anyways, but this is the way to go for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Ausmus giving pointers on the most comfortable way to sit at one of these final tables. He's been around.
Move too much.
One or two of these.
I mean,
Got that higher rail to deal with, the nicer chairs.
Comfortable, but this one's like a little
This
less.
is not too bad, actually.
Really? I think this one's no good.
You think this is less comfortable?
Yeah. We got many complaints about
showing.
the comfort.
Bet you are, Mr.
Just
I've
me?
increased my stack 5x.
I'm comfortable.
The chair.
I feel like these guys, they're putting together like a top
Can we
10
make
list
the
of
chairs
top
higher?
10 ways to know you're at a really tough final table.
But with higher chairs,
They're breaking down the expected value of
that's
the
the
rake
thing,
structure. They're
'cause-
analyzing the
'cause the
comfort
table's
level of the
high,
chairs
yeah,
and rail of the
if
final
chairs
table
are
based
higher,
on
yeah,
all
your-
the many
your
others
feet
they've
are
been
off
at.
the ground.
Well, these are different chairs here in this new studio room versus what's out
They haven't done it yet.
in the main room for some of the major
That'll-
final tables that
whatever.
we have, which Jeremy, of course, has been a fixture at, you
So
know,
they're
many
on.
times.
They know.
The chairs
they
look pretty
know that
comfortable. I
it's
think the
not.
big thing on
I'm
those,
sitting in one of the chairs that they're sitting in.
Did you swipe
And it's
that out
not
there,
that
Donnie?
bad.
Corner sits
You
right
have one of the chairs that is out in the normal studio.
Okay.
I love the chairs that you have,
Okay.
and
I
I
do not
know
know.
that they cost way too much damn money. Okay, those chairs that you're sitting on, amazing. These
look
chairs
about the
are
same.
these chairs are very good, but like they're not as good as those. It's not
I'll
that these are
trade.
bad.
I'll trade with you, Donnie. It's all right.
I'm comfortable. I'm in the zone.
Did you swipe that from the final table? Did
No,
you go
this
out
was
there on a
just, this
break?
was just in here.
See, I think the big thing about those streamed tables and final tables is when you have that elevated rail, the angles are all just a little different to touch your cards and everything to take that peak.
Yeah, the elevated
of the
rail
positions.
is a bit tricky,
Some of the positions a little uncomfortable.
especially if you're not used to it. You know, looking at your cards, that sort of stuff.
if you don't make a regular habit out of making these final tables. Which we all aspire to.
Of course.
Yockey limping in the king 8-5 deuce on Riordan's big blind. He's got double suited ace 8-7 tray. Mentioned Riordan's first cash was a win in the WSOPC main event. He was the youngest WSOP circuit champion in history, 18 years old. You only had to be 18 to play those in Florida, so that's the type of record that's virtually impossible to break, as you got to be 21 just about everywhere. He takes that one down uncontested. Riordan also won the 2021 U.S. Poker Open Big Bet Mix event for $163,000. Actually eliminated Alex Foxen at that final table. Foxen was with us at this one as well. Went out in 7th. It was Merron knocking him out this time. That's our chip leader, Kyle Merron. The 9-5 4 trade double suited. Lets it go. Ausmus and Yockey remain neck and neck here on those middle stacks. Yockey lets it go. Riordan in the small blind has jacks. Bunch of clubs working. He and Maksimov on those similar stacks in the 20 to 25 big blind range. To head to a flop. Jack 8 deuce, a couple of spades, top set for Riordan. Gut shot, backdoor flush draw, backdoor Broadway draw for Maksimov. Limped pot, 180,000 in the middle, blind versus blind. 75,000 is the bet from Riordan.
Thank you. What's your name again? Kyle. Kyle. Where we play?
And not enough for Maksimov to continue. He'll let it go, and Riordan takes down a small pot to top set.
You live down there? Where do you live? Massachusetts. Massachusetts. You go to Florida a lot for those tournaments? It's good.
Love the Hard Rock.
Yeah, it's nice, and it's good. The tournaments down there are great.
Sounds like Merron does travel the poker circuit a bit from the conversations at the table. Merron is the big blind in this hand, the chip leader. He hasn't been leveraging that stack too aggressively thus far, so interesting for Ausmus and Yockey to put together their opening ranges compared to perhaps what they would normally open in this ICM situation, as Ausmus will get in there with a King-Jack 9-7, double suited. Decent connectivity for Ausmus. Maksimov, the Queen-Jack 10-8 in the small blind. He is the shortest stack at the table by just a bit.
You're welcome.
Maksimov does make the call. And Merron will let the ace-8-6-5 go. So heads up between Ausmus and Maksimov.
The time until the stream starts. I can go
See what
outside
I
and
had
see,
in.
and see what he had.
About
I'm like,
2-to-1 SPR here, just a little higher for the effective stack of Maksimov. Ace-King 9 flop,
I'm curious.
all diamonds. Ausmus picking up bottom 2 pair. Straight draw for Maksimov. He's the only player with a diamond in his hand to serve as a blocker here. Checks it over to Ausmus. And he will check back with bottom 2 pair and no diamonds. 7 of hearts on the turn. That adds straight outs for Maksimov now. The 10-8 could pick up the 6. It's a third pair for Ausmus. Checks over to Ausmus. We'll see if he wants to try to clear out some equity here or just continue to try to navigate towards a cheap showdown. Does elect to keep this pot as small as possible. Heading to a river. 9 full house for Ausmus. He's got 9s full of kings. Maksimov bricking out with just queen high. Does he want to turn it into a bluff? He opts to proceed cautiously. And now, at this point, it's pretty likely for Ausmus to feel that he's not up against a very strong hand. So we'll see how he wants to size here with a 9s full. And a quick fold from Maksimov after Ausmus bets 350,000. So Ausmus will take it down. And he does move past Yockey into second place. Still some bunch stack sizes here with Ausmus and Yockey and Riordan and Maksimov. This event number 5 of PGT PLO Series 2, $10,000 buy-in PLO, $240,000 up top. The remaining 5 have locked up just under $80,000. Yockey with the 8-high rundown has a couple of clubs. And he will put in a raise to 150,000. Maksimov double suited, king, queen, 10, 7 on the button. And that looks like a 3-bet coming in from Maksimov on the button. Merron lets the ace, jack, 10, 8 go. Ausmus, the ace, king, jack, 9. And that hits the muck. And Yockey with a hand that fares pretty well against a lot of the 3-betting candidates. His cards are going to be live. A lot of straight potential for Yockey. And it looks like a call from Yockey. So we've got 1.2 million in the middle. Maksimov less than 600,000 behind. So if these two connect, Maksimov could end up at risk pretty quickly. He does have about a 3-2 equity advantage going to the flop. 5-4 deuce with 2 spades. Yockey picks up the straight draws. Maksimov the king high flush draw. And they'll get it in the middle and run it out. Maksimov, a 59-41 favorite. His tournament life at risk here. He's got 17 outs. Needs a spade, king, queen, or 10.
Shot of espresso.
Yockey's 5 in the lead for showdown value at the moment. Also, Yockey looking for a 3, 6, 7, 8
None at all.
for a straight.
It's closer than it seems.
Huh?
It's closer than it seems. 9 of diamonds.
50-50.
9 of diamonds.
9 of diamonds.
Feels close to me.
8 of diamonds?
You got the backdoor diamonds.
8 of diamonds.
You got 7 blocker. Overcards.
I don't take any help.
4 of hearts on the turn. And it is almost exactly 50-50 now. Maksimov still looking for a spade, a 4, a king, a queen, a 10. And the 9 of diamonds on the river
Good game.
doesn't do it. Yockey takes it down. Maksimov is eliminated in 5th place. He'll take home $79,800.
I know the cards.
And then you called the 9 of diamonds
That's
on the turn
weird,
and it
yeah.
came on the river again?
How weird's that?
That is weird.
I'm calling the card that fucking wins.
Wow.
Got it.
I mean, that's the optimal strategy, right?
Now I
Forgot to tell me good luck.
thank you, my dear.
Yeah, I know. I froze. I didn't know.
Bryce
it was
Yockey
something
now
like I
up
had
to
something down.
more than 3.8 million in chips.
Can I get 2 more panas?
What was his name?
Closing that
King,
gap
10, 7, spades, diamonds.
with Kyle Merron, who's still out in front and
Flush
He
draw.
popped a flush on
by
it.
a healthy amount.
I just weren't-
And if
I thought
Merron
he
continues to
had
play a
ace-high.
bit more passively on that big stack, Yockey could be in a position to
Give Bryce
be the one applying some
'Cause I had
pressure
a-
to the 2
I had,
shorter
like,
stacks.
ace.
Riordan
Only
on
short one
24 big
card.
blinds. Ausmus pretty healthy at 44
It's
bigs.
Action block.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really don't think you should be 3-betting that hand. But
Like big hand at me.
I mean, he did get it in really good, so I guess I can't say anything. But I would have flatted his hand.
Folds over to Merron on the button.
He almost doubled up.
Ausmus
Oh,
gives
my
it up in
God.
the small blind.
I'd
Whole lot of aces for Bryce
No wonder
Yockey.
no
Gets
one-
no
no
off.
wonder nobody could play.
9. Yep, you had all the good ones.
This is 60.
That side of the table is just cursed.
It appears so.
Actually, there's only 2 people that busted there. I take it back. Yeah.
It's just around me.
I'm in the hot seat.
Certainly this side of the table is uncursed. Very obviously.
I'm still down chips on the front table.
You're down.
I'm still down.
I thought CZ was going to win this thing.
When he said, you gotta go.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was like such a good little bit.
They're referring to Ben Yu, who came dressed
I was
as
rehearsing that for a while.
Changpeng Zhao, the CEO of Binance. Had quite the entertaining skit going. Made the most of his 30-second time clock a couple times. Delivered a couple of speeches when he was involved. Yockey limping in the King Queen 7-6. Riordan, jacks with a 9 deuce. And they'll go to a jack 8 tray flop and an unraised pot. Top set for Riordan. Some backdoor straight possibilities for Yockey, but not much else working for Yockey.
Have you been playing a few of these? Are you
I
playing,
believe
like,
this
a
is
lot
the
of
second
series?
set of jacks
Omaha, a
Riordan's
couple?
flopped today.
I actually came for the concert festival.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Festival, yeah.
yeah.
And, I was like, yeah, let's play.
How was it?
Awesome.
Yeah, Brent Roberts was saying Green Bay
Riordan
was, like really.
Betting 90,000 and no action for this
Oh,
set
really?
either.
He said it's like he goes to shows all the time. He says,
But he
well,
does
nothing
chip
really
back up a bit.
Blink
That's whoever's
was
super.
great. Good Charlotte was great.
Who else?
You had a chance.
Oh, Good Charlotte, some 41.
Not really getting a good
Offspring.
price.
Good chart. I don't know. If I know.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Maybe
Like a
bet
90s
30,000.
too, more?
More like
Oh, we can't do that.
Okay.
I take that back.
That's why I guess I love my 90s stuff.
Riordan is basically tripled
Oh,
his
this is a
stack at this
double?
final table. He's chipped up by just under 1 million chips. He's on 1.5.
Yeah, I know, but I can't help myself.
He'll certainly take
sometimes,
that
you
outcome
know?
coming in as one of the shorter stacks. He's made the top
Thank you very
4. He's
much.
locked up $102,000 in change. Ausmus looking at the Queen Jack 10-10. With the blinds at 30 and 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. Looks like a limp from Ausmus. Yockey on the button. King Jack 9-8. No suits. He'll limp it in.
You have like 2.5, Jeremy?
Some yeah. A little more, 2.6 maybe.
I didn't mean
Sorry.
to short sell you.
Riordan getting a count of Ausmus's stack and then limping in with a Queen 8-5 tray. And Merron will check back the Jack 9-8-4. Family pot, friendly table here at this final table. 9-5 deuce, 2 spades on the flop. So Riordan backdoor diamonds, middle pair. Merron, top pair. Ausmus the over pair of 10s, some backdoor straight possibilities. And Yockey with top pair as well. He's got some backdoor straight options as well. So does Merron. And Yockey in position puts out the third pot bet with top pair. Merron's 9 out kicked at the moment. He'll let it go. And Ausmus will put those 10s in the muck, and Yockey uses position, takes that one down. Just hard for Ausmus to continue there with just the pair of 10s, not a lot of other possibilities, no spades.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
What a dead spot.
Connect to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And then, dude, I always have my Wi-Fi because in my house I don't get service either, so I have a Wi-Fi calling on all the time, just in airplane mode all the time.
That man is the chip leader, Kyle Merron, 34-year-old small business owner from Massachusetts, the owner of a food truck, Natural Consumption. He's been consuming chips at this final table. He's chipped up by more than $2 million, has 43% of the chips in play. And this time it folds around to Merron in the small blind. Queen, Jack, Jack, deuce. Well, that's a pretty good final table shirt. I assume the rest of it is if you're not first, you're last, the Ricky Bobby shirt.
And he's in first.
He is in first. He came in, I guess by his shirt, in last. He was just a hair behind Bryce Yockey to start the day, but quickly moved to first, and he's been in control.
It's tournament poker. We only remember the winners.
Right, at the end. Ausmus made it 180,000 out of the big blind with Jack 10, 8, 7. And Merron makes the call. So Ausmus applying some pressure in position to the chip leader. Perhaps thinking if Merron is not going to crank up the pressure on the middle stacks, he'll try to put some more money in that pot when he's got position. 9-8-5 on the flop. Merron a gut shot. Still has the overpair of jacks. Ausmus middle pair. Wrapping around that 9-8 with a Jack 10-7. And that jack on the turn gives Ausmus a straight. But a flush draw for Merron and a set of jacks. Action card on the turn. Ausmus the best of it at the moment, but just a 57% equity advantage here. Merron leads the turn. Ausmus the second nut straight here. Would lose to the Queen 10. We have a bit of a redraw with a Jack 10 could make the Queen high straight. Decides to proceed cautiously with just the call. So we'll head to a river, 920,000 in the middle. King of diamonds on the end. Ausmus has the best hand here with that straight to the jack. Merron misses his hearts. See if he tries to get value for the jacks. It would be too thin in this case. Or if he tries to check and get to showdown, you know. Ironically, depending on what he sizes here, if he decides to bet for value, he could end up losing less on this hand betting small than checking. And facing a value bet from Ausmus. Looked like the neighborhood of half pot. 475,000 from Merron. And now Ausmus with the second nut straight has to decide whether there's any value to be found with a raise. He doesn't think so, makes the call.
Okay.
And he's got the straight to take it down.
Queens?
And the chip leader loses a nearly 2 million chip pot. Does remain atop those chip counts, but it's tightening at the top. 1.2 million from Merron to Yockey. 500,000 from Yockey to Ausmus. Riordan on 1.5 million in fourth.
One queen.
Misread it, yeah.
And see how Merron handles the first real bit of adversity I'd say he's faced at this final table. It's been a fairly smooth final table for him. Won a big pot with a set of kings against Bryce Yockey. Aces for Merron. Well, that'll help deal with the adversity. Premium holding on the next hand on the button. Ace, ace, 9-8. Oh, wow. Aces and fives for Ausmus. So all the aces out. And this could obviously get quite big.
You have a lot.
Here's 5.
Yeah. Pot.
Ausmus does pot it with his aces. Yockey's king 8-5 deuce into the muck. And now Merron has to decide whether to repot or just call in position. Of course, equities run much closer in PLO, even if they didn't both have the aces.
Pot.
And Merron repots. So got to imagine out of position, Ausmus will just get it in there here. And he does rip it in. Merron makes the call. We've got an aces against aces confrontation. These two will chop right around half the time. Merron a very slight edge.
The path we've chosen.
Commenting on the size of this pot and the variance involved with the two stacks. Fairly big stacks colliding here. This pot, 116 bigs or so. Ausmus.
Probably gonna get a straight draw at some point.
Ausmus 58 bigs effective.
On the river, he'll get a straight draw.
Ausmus sensing a straight draw for Merron. And there it is, a straight draw and a flush draw on the flop for Merron. Queen, queen, 10, 2 clubs. And suddenly Merron's got a 43% chance of scooping this pot and sending Ausmus out the door in fourth. 7 of spades on the turn adds more straight outs for Merron. A 6, a jack, a club.
The whole deck.
10 of spades on the river, not quite the whole deck. And they'll chop it up. Sigh of relief for Ausmus.
That
You win?
turn had me whimpering.
Queen or
I
10?
don't remember what I had.
That turn literally had him whimpering, if I heard right.
It's never easy.
Nice hold, Jeremy.
To win
Had me
or to
whimpering,
chop.
but I held.
I might have to add the preemptive whimper into my arsenal. Works that well for Ausmus.
Yeah.
The tournament.
Oh, really? Deep in it?
Not super. I have 22 left or something.
So
Yeah,
not much
I also
changes.
lost
Of
the
course,
middle
after that one, they chopped up
in the tournament, but
Yockey's big blind
big
and big
pot.
blind Eddie.
Trying to put him in.
I know I didn't learn my lesson. I had shit aces that time too. I had worse ones. I had like ace 3, 5 off.
Putting it in with these 2-card
You'd be a
draws.
good high-low player.
yeah. Those are the good ones.
Little post-mortem on the wisdom of getting those aces in for that many blinds pre-flop in the ICM situation. Riordan not super short, but
Fuck.
he is well behind Yockey and Ausmus. Riordan getting the walk.
He keeps hanging around.
So Merron's still in control of this one.
Those earlier terms, they finish in like 2 hours, most of them, except for yesterday.
Well, the PKO got to the final table at 20K big blind.
The bounties make
No way,
sense.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude,
Now it's
that
like
guy,
super
Daniel
fast
Dean,
structures
had like
now.
6.4 million or something. He had 320 bigs on the final table.
Wow.
That's for sure a PokerGO record.
That is insane.
Even like in the super high rollers, they're not that deep.
320 is outrageous. That's deeper than any stage of the tournament by far.
That's incredible.
But he won a massive, massive pot.
What place he got? I know he didn't.
He chopped second with Hendricks. They chopped it, or played for a little bit or something.
Players discussing yesterday's final table.
Quick. Yeah, Brent Roberts was saying for yesterday.
I haven't watched the streams because I've just been busy playing.
You're missing out.
Me too, but they come in there and they're like done pretty quick.
Yeah. So what I've
Limped
heard
pot
is
here.
that people have been firing on the final tables.
So it's just stacks of just.
Yeah, there has been a lot of action on the final tables here in
going hard.
Maybe more than necessary.
this PLO series.
Sure.
Like the hand I played against Artem. Neither of us had
Top
a
two
player
nut
that
flush
way.
draw here
Yeah,
for
sure.
Riordan.
Yeah.
Merron has
So
a
it's
gut
just
shot
like
with a
three.
queen 10.
That's not the norm. It's just kind of happened again and again.
Third pot
I
bet
think
from
if there
Riordan.
was no other tournament to play and the
Then
price
he'll take
pool's
it down
bigger,
quickly.
It would have been a lot slower.
They were talking about that
Yeah, I
table
tried too.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Adam Hendricks picked up the win coming from behind. Daniel Zhang second.
But I mean, it's fairly. I don't know.
Officially
I guess I have
324,000
50
score for
some bigs.
Hendricks with the
50 some.
prize pool money and the bounties.
Fairly.
It's not that hard to get it in.
Yeah, it's not, but it's not like we're that shallow. A lot of times average stack with.
It usually happens in like someone 3-bets, the other person doesn't fold,
Yeah,
and it's
just like
then it's just
yeah,
fucking
feel
all
it.
right, here we go.
It happens. It
Yeah.
does.
PLO in a nutshell right there.
Kind of like we just did, sort of.
Yeah, well that's different. That's kind of nuts.
You put it in dead, Jeremy. So
I kind of did.
No, 2 outers. I've seen 2 outers hit all the time.
I mean, big difference obviously in No Limit Hold'em and PLO.
Yeah.
Getting the aces in there, and it's just pretty much a flip equity-wise.
That was sick.
About a 25% chance
so
of being
aggressive.
knocked out.
That was
Dead.
my 3rd double elimination that day.
How are you not dead?
I mean, obviously I'm super concerned, but it's like you probably heard me talking, but I've known Roger a long time, and like he's certainly not a nit. So
Doesn't
I
have to
figured
have it.
after a 3-bet, like he could just have a lot of other hands, and thankfully he did.
You flopped so well.
Yeah, I mean he was actually a favorite.
Yeah.
Like given the other guy's cards.
Double draw and backdoor.
My other guy had 4 black cards with 2 board pairs. It was like the worst hand I could possibly see.
You know.
Sounds like they're breaking down a hand
really-
from yesterday's
yeah.
play.
Jack 7.
Riordan with a rundown, Queen Jack 10-9, no suits. And he's going to limp this in the cutoff on the chip leader's button.
About 1.6.
yeah.
Merron double suited ace king queen 9.
270.
And he does put in the raise. And the way he's played today, I think these other players have to realize when Merron's putting chips in pre-flop, he's got something. It hasn't been naked aggression from Merron. But Riordan certainly with enough hand to continue.
You made 270.
Deciding how he wants to proceed here. And just a call from Riordan. 690,000 in the pot. Riordan 1.35 million behind. Six, 5, 4 all clubs, and it's hard to miss these two holdings by much more than that flop did. See if Merron wants to put in the continuation bet as the pre-flop aggressor. He can't love the flop, but also a flop that's going to miss Riordan a lot of the time unless Riordan's holding clubs. And the 300,000 chip wager gets through, and Merron takes it down.
Won a big one.
That's why I couldn't have it.
I just realized
Good at it.
I guess not.
I had ace high flush. And
Yeah?
Yeah, if it limped around.
Well, the one
I
I
had the
gave
queen
him all
out
the
flush.
chips yesterday when he had a straight flush, so maybe you got lucky.
Oh, shit.
I didn't have an ace-high flush, though. I just had a blocker.
Play for free and have a chance to win real prizes with PokerGO Play. Start playing now at PokerGoPlay.com or download the game on Google Play or the App Store. We are inside the PokerGO studio in the center of the Las Vegas Strip. Final 4 players here at event
I
number
would not have
5.
called this hand,
The
this hand,
PGT
no matter how
PLO
many time
series.
extensions are used.
Oh, you're talking
$10,000
about
Possum in
Right
Omaha.
now.
No. I
You went all in and
I
called.
bet jammed with the
Kyle
blocker.
Merron, your chip leader on $5.5 million, a 34-year-old amateur poker
and then
player,
Lou used
small
all his
business
time
owner.
up to consider calling the second nut flush. Which I
The
think is
table
like
full of pros:
clean
Bryce
steal on
Yockey in
a
second,
9-7
Jeremy
yard
Ausmus
board.
huge
third
pop,
in
though.
chips, John
Yeah,
Riordan
it's
in fourth.
Worth like
Sounds like a big one.
3.7 million or something.
Got it or they don't.
We lost Artem Maksimov in fifth, Ben Yu in sixth, and Alex
obviously
Foxen
that's
in
close.
seventh.
Yeah, I mean,
in
if
the
there's no
earlier
straight flush
action.
possible, it's different, obviously, right?
Of course.
Only one guy can have the nuts.
Maybe had the straight flush.
Alongside Donnie Peters, I'm Ryan Messick. If you're watching on
sure
YouTube,
the
please
river
like
calls.
and subscribe. Hop
you
in the
say-
comments.
$1 million.
Hope you're enjoying the action thus far.
I mean, it's probably
As it folds
too
around to
aggressive to go
Yockey,
for it in that spot.
who
Yeah.
limps the small blind with a queen 9-4-4,
checking's
and
right.
Riordan. The 10-9-7-6, a gapped rundown, has a couple of clubs. Makes it 180,000 in the big blind in position. See how Yockey feels about this queen 9-4-4. Does have a couple of spades, but not a lot of connectivity, and he'll let it go. And Riordan takes it down. So event 5, the midpoint of PLO Series 2
Oh, we just did one?
on the
We
PGT.
don't do another level?
4.
Yeah, we're going
Through the first 5 events, 639 entrants have generated more than $5.6 million into those prize pools. A lot of action, some entertaining final tables, some fast-moving final tables,
real
others
nice.
not as much.
Is that possible?
The bottom, that one.
Yesterday, a longer one with Adam Hendricks winning in the 15K progressive bounty.
Second time in a row. Next time I'm gonna limpy raise
That's
you
your
like
game
I did to
info.
Joni.
I believe it. Yoni.
Yoni, sorry.
Yoni.
Flopped a full house against them on the 3-3 deuce board after I limpy raised.
Yockey pointing out that Riordan
King deuce
has
deuce.
popped it twice when Yockey's limped the small blind, promising a limp re-raise
He
next
got
time
away
around.
because he probably didn't have shit, but
At some point, you got to stand up to the bully. I mean, even if he is a short stack bully, you know?
Riordan hasn't been out of line yet,
Is
but
that the you bet really small flop and then
Yockey
check
doesn't
turn
know that.
and You jam river, yeah.
yeah, that's the one.
and equities run
So
so
it's
close
really
to PLO
unique
anyway.
'cause, like, usually you don't have flush draws drawing dead, right? Like
Yeah,
almost,
yeah, yeah.
Almost the flush draw is almost always live. So
For sure.
I almost went small again on the turn.
Yockey limping in again on the button, queen 10-9-5.
Nothing.
Ace,
Yeah, I
jack,
thought
trey,
the way you
deuce limped
played it
in
was
by
the
Riordan
way
in the
you
small
have- you
blind,
can
and
have
Merron
nothing, or you have, like, nuts,
lets him live with a king 8-8-4.
like, how
He's
do you
got
have the
clubs and
nuts?
diamonds.
Right.
So it's like I thought it would work, but I guess he either sniffed it out or didn't have
10,
much.
6, 5, 2 diamonds on the flop. Low end gut shot for Riordan. High end gut shot and a straight flush gut shot for Merron. And those 2 8s. Top pair for Yockey. Actually, top and bottom pair for Yockey. Jack of hearts on the turn. Yockey now open-ended. Riordan making top pair, top kicker. Still has that low gut shot. He'll check it. Over to Merron. Still looking for a diamond or a 7 to improve his hand. Checks over to Yockey. You see how close the equities are running between these hands on this board. Yockey 10s and 5s. Open end straight draw. And he'll make the bet half pot, 160,000 wagered by Yockey. Riordan thinking about it with that top pair holding. If he improves those 2 pair, he does have the best hand. Also looking for a 4 for a small straight. And Merron lets it go with the middling diamond draw and that higher gut shot. So heads up to the river between Yockey and Riordan. And the 5 of clubs makes 5s full for Bryce Yockey. He's got the best hand here. Riordan now jacks and 5s with an ace. Riordan checks the river over to Yockey. How much does he think that full house is worth with 640,000 in the middle? Yockey eyeing the stack of Riordan. It's about twice the size of the pot. Yockey using a time bank chip here, trying to figure out the right sizing on the river with a full house. The 36-year-old mixed game specialist has settled on an amount. It's 485,000 that Yockey's looking for from Riordan, who's sitting with a pretty weak bluff catcher here with just the ace-jack. Doesn't have any diamonds, though, so doesn't have a lot of interaction around the jack-10, so a lot of the missed draws are very live here. That's what Riordan's got to be considering, I'd imagine. Fairly large sizing from Yockey. Riordan does let it go. Right decision this time. And Yockey takes it down with a full house.
Oh, thank you.
I mentioned earlier, big hand yesterday between Yockey and Merron. I'm sure these players are aware of. Yockey certainly capable of the big bluff. Last night on a 10 of hearts, 9 of hearts, ace of diamonds, 7 of hearts, king of diamonds board. It was checked to Yockey in position. He potted it for 1.49 million. Merron called all in for less with just under $1 million. Garza used 2 time banks before folding. Merron had the straight flush with the 8-8-6-6 with the 8-6 of hearts. Yockey had the ace-jack-10-7 with just the ace of hearts, so he had flopped top 2, and then had that key ace of hearts, turned it into a big bluff. 3.4 million chips in that pot, nearly a quarter of the chips in play with 11 players left, and that helped fuel Merron to this final table, but also anytime somebody's facing a big bet from Yockey on the end here, they'll know he's capable of having nothing. He's capable of turning a hand into a bluff, and that's certainly something that I'm sure Riordan considered there in deciding whether to try to bluff catch.
Really? Oh, I didn't realize this.
And ace 2. It's really bad, though.
A walk there for
Man, I
Ausmus.
was ahead.
It's always a consideration in
No,
tournament
yeah,
poker,
absolutely.
Donnie, when the stakes get higher at the final table,
Was
which
it?
players are
No.
capable of that huge bluff,
You playing high
which
low
are going to
today?
play it closer
It
to the
wasn't
vest.
before. It wasn't after
Yeah,
Foxen busted. It was
I had
before.
a very
Yeah,
high
I
low
think
hand.
'Cause this
among
is the
these
best
4, I'd put Yockey and Ausmus in the
What's that?
category of,
The big hand you guys played.
I'll say
Was it
bluffers. I mean, I
before or
know that's not
after
really the
Foxen
right word,
busted?
but, you know, in context to what we're talking about, yes.
Certainly capable.
The one that
Yeah,
they
I mean,
played?
Riordan's,
I
of
don't
course,
remember.
capable. He's just handcuffed a bit right now.
Style.
Merron, I mean, I just don't think we've seen it
Same, was
so
that
far from
before or
him. He's
after Foxen
taken a
Like,
more
we don't have
conservative approach as the
It's
chip
showing the
leader,
Foxen bust out right now.
which is fine. You know, he's still up on top of the leaderboard, so
I feel like
And we haven't seen any indication yet that Merron is
yeah,
the
I
type
don't
to
know.
go for it in a spot like that, but we also haven't really seen him in a
Foxen
spot
busted pretty quick.
with
It
the
was
right
after, 'cause
blockers
I
to
won,
do
like,
so.
3
But we
hands.
haven't seen him cranking
to
that
get into
aggression up
shows.
pre-flop either.
Yeah.
I mean, the only time that I can think about that maybe we would have saw him go for it, but
he was
again,
winning
going
kings
to your
for a
point, like he didn't really have blockers, is when
His bust out
he
hand
had the
happening
trip
right now.
8s versus Maksimov when Maksimov was still in, who also had trips 8s. So
No,
just thinking maybe Merron just put some sort of ICM pressure on his
in my head.
opponent being the big stack, you know, really makes Maksimov call off, like, make a really good call. I mean, if you got an 8, a jack, okay, I'm going to put you to the test, right? If you're full, I mean, so be it, whatever. I mean, that was really the only time, at least at this final table, that we've seen.
And he also had the king 8, so he had the second best kicker there with the 8. So Perhaps a spot where he thought the 8s were good often enough to not turn that hand into a bluff. I don't know. It's certainly would have been a tough spot the way the hand played out if he knew the exact holdings of Maksimov.
Yeah, I
Could
mean,
have applied the heat.
everything is so situational, so much nuance involved, so I'm not going to fault the guy for anything. He's the chip leader, and if you're not first, you're last.
Merron's in first, everyone else is in last, and he's stacking chips once again. Blinds now up at 40 and 80,000. 80,000 big blind Annie.
Like 1.2.
Yeah.
Did he just walk away? I think Merron just left.
Maybe he just went to go get a drink. Maybe
Maybe
run to the bathroom. I don't know.
I'll buy him if you don't want him.
Looks
The bar
like
is right outside the door, so maybe he
is.
just said, "Hey, you know,
You wanna
I need an
sell all of them or
espresso
what?"
shot, a little water, Perrier, I don't, you know."
I was chatting with one of the bartenders out there. He showed me they were restocking the shelves, so plenty available
Give me
to the bar out there at the PokerGO studio.
Lucky color.
You guys are doing a lot of hard transacting over there.
Suddenly he's got
As long as
1.8
chips
million.
are coming my way.
Suddenly he's got 1.8 million, and I got 20% of them.
Merron lets that one go. Ausmus on the button.
Deal, eh?
Looked like they were coloring some of the 5K chips up. The blues 5K. Those purples 25K. The yellow or orange 100K. Folds over to Yockey in the small blind. Ace 7 for Trey. Couple of hearts and he'll limp it in. Riordan the 6-5-4-4. He's got 2 hearts as well. Four to a straight flush between these two.
You didn't want to limp fold this time.
No, didn't want to do that.
Yockey promised a limp raise if he got ISO'd again after limping in the small blind. We'll find out. Riordan makes it 240,000. Yeah, he does maybe a little out of line, but he's got an ace. He's got a hand that he could decide to apply some pressure with a limp raise, but decides to just. Oh, Yockey raised that. Sorry, Yockey raised. Riordan called.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Yockey going back on his word as far as I'm concerned. I mean, he promised next time he was going to limp raise, right?
If
not that Riordan would have raised here. You know, he could have, of course, but.
And Yockey just takes it down there on the ace jack 8 flop with the top pair.
Yeah.
You know, it would have been the type hand. Riordan could have raised that if Yockey
I mean, honestly,
would have been a little more out of
line.
line.
Show. I had a lot of options.
Riordan also a lot less to work with now that the blinds have gone up. He was working with a 20, 25 big blind stack, a little more maneuverability. Now he's down to 10. So he needs to find a hand relatively soon. The 4 remaining players have locked up $102,600. They're playing for $240,000 up top. They're also looking for those PGT points. 239 points to the winner. The top of the Series 2 leaderboard, 262 points for Stephen Hubbard. Richard Grieco second with 246. The winner gets a $25,000 cash bonus, so it's not nothing. It's in the back of their minds for sure. Most of these players firing all the events in this series. Yockey will open it up on the button with the ace 7-7-4. Merron in the big blind, the chip leader, ace jack 8-5. And certainly a spot where, well, he lets it go. I was going to say Merron could apply a lot of pressure to the second largest stack with Riordan on that short stack, but instead, just the fold, Yockey gets it through. And we talked about this dynamic earlier that Yockey might be playing sort of as the chip leader if Merron wasn't going to apply pressure to him. And if Yockey has someone watching the stream on the delay, finds out about hands like that, he may indeed open it up more.
Yeah, I think at some point, you know, if you're Merron, you just got to kind of lay the hammer down on Yockey at one point. Like, I don't know if, you know, you kind of wait for a better hand. Maybe you just do it at the next opportunity, whatever it may be. But I feel like you just need to kind of be like, hey, listen, buddy. Just a reminder that I'm the chip leader, okay? So just chill out over there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot where Yockey certainly doesn't want to gamble for his stack with Riordan on that short stack. They're on a $23,000 pay jump.
Yeah, and it's probably better to do it now while Riordan's still that short stack before, if he does go out in fourth and then you're three-handed, stacks are a little bit more even, certainly much more deeper. So, you know.
The players have also seen that when Merron has put a lot of chips in pre-flop, it's been a premium hand. He had the aces, and pretty decent aces of that. Had a suit working as well, a 9-8 with it. So you would imagine that he would get quite a bit of respect in that situation too.
I think it even goes back to what you were saying, or what you were talking about last night with that big hand where Merron had the straight flush. But clearly Yockey even showed in that hand that he's willing to just take that nut flush draw blocker, go to town with it, right? Try and get his opponent to fold. Of course, his opponent had the nuts at the time. But, you know, if you're Merron, there's nothing wrong with fighting back against a bit of a bully.
No, absolutely. Merron flopping the nuts here with Broadway, but Ausmus none of it. So Merron takes it down without contest. And, yeah, I mean, that was a situation where Yockey had the bigger stack, and he was putting players to the test. And pretty easy to pass the test when you've got the straight flush.
Well, yeah, of course.
It's like an open book exam, you know?
Is it Riordan?
Riordan.
Riordan.
Riordan. I didn't even
Isn't
say
that a
that.
Pokemon name?
That wasn't one of the options.
Sounds like a Pokemon.
That wasn't one of the
Right
options.
on.
Somehow
That's it.
Ausmus guessed
That's it.
5 different pronunciations and didn't get the correct one.
Right on, yeah.
Right on, right?
Right on's a Pokemon.
Right on?
Yeah.
Sounds like a girl's name.
That dude was dope.
It was that
That's easy to remember.
The horned one.
big rock guy with a horn or something,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I thought it was Rhinehorn.
That was the smaller one.
But
Right.
Riordan, Riordan, Riordan
involve my stack.
with a king jack 10-5, opening it up to 280,000,
I'm
double
trying to
suited.
involve my stack.
I'm going to hit you with a super effective 3-bet right now.
Ineffective.
Riordan on the short stack. Yockey joking about putting in a light 3-bet, knowing Riordan's committed to this one.
Bryce fainted.
Not enough firepower for Yockey with a king-9 tray deuce, so Riordan's able to get that one through, take the blinds down, chips up to about 12 bigs.
You a big Pokemon guy, Jeremy?
Not whatsoever. I think
You didn't play as a kid or anything?
I'm too old for it, I think.
How old are you?
44.
Oh, that is maybe too old.
Yeah, I think it was.
You were probably already an adult by the time the game got popular.
Yeah, I
or
think
like,
so.
like you're probably like 18 or something, which is a little too old.
No,
It seems like something I probably would
you're
have
exactly 22.
got into though.
22? There's
I was
no
like
way.
12.
That game came out in like the late 90s.
Right, but I mean, I was
What-
like 12.
What was it originally? It's a card game?
It was a video game.
This is a video game.
Merron
first?
picking up the
Video game.
And they
kings.
spawn off.
The card
spawn
game
it.
came from the video game.
And that's
Everything
very
that-
popular,
everything
right?
That ever
The card
spawned
game?
out of the game came from that game. Yeah.
Everyone else
Nintendo?
discussing
Same with
Yeah.
poker.
Super
It's
Nintendo?
Pokemon as
Super
Merron
Nintendo?
goes to work with a
Game
king
Boy.
7-6.
Game?
Game Boy.
Feels more like your
Dude,
friendly
I used to
weekly
fucking
cash game
Pull that thing out
at the
play on
moment than a
bus,
final
put it in my
table with a
backpack so
$250,000
teachers
up
couldn't see,
top.
Pull it out in class. Like I was such a
This
fucking
is not the
addict, dude.
original Game Boy.
Yeah, the original Game Boy.
The original Game Boy was they were still making games like 15 years after they made the Game Boy.
Yockey the 9-6-4 deuce.
The original
I
Game
think
Boy
we'll-
had a green.
Talking
and
about
black
breaking
screen.
open
Yes,
packs
correct.
of Pokemon cards.
I had one. I think Pokemon came out.
Maybe
in
we need a high stakes duel. Bryce Yockey
94.
and
95.
I remember having a Game Boy.
What's the bet?
Blesnick,
I don't-
Jared
like
Blesnick, and
80,
then
88.
tear open some
I'm willing
Pokemon
to-
cards, some
wait,
sports
I'm willing
cards,
to
play a
bet-
little poker.
94, 95. And you can have the rest of the 90s.
That's wild. I didn't realize that. You know, I thought they would have a new system quicker than.
Riordan will defend the
I mean,
ace
they
10
were
10
colored
5.
in
He's
it,
got
yes,
nut
sure,
hearts,
but
two
it's
diamonds
the
as
same.
well.
They're all
Merron's
backwards
second nut
compatible.
hearts.
Yeah.
So
But then they made so in.
Riordan
it
would
came
love
out
to
in
see some
Japan
hearts on this
before
flop.
it came out in America. It was a raging hit in Japan. Then they made it in America.
5 tray
And
deuce,
They
rainbow,
introduced the colors essentially at that time.
backdoor
so there's
hearts
two
for both
versions
players.
with different colors. And
Okay.
then they created a yellow
Riordan
version, which is Pikachu themed.
has
so
the
it's
5
more
on the
popular
board.
for Pokemon.
The
And they made
overpair
it
with the
for colors,
10s, but
Game Boy
Merron's
colors.
kings still best. Merron
I
also a
remember
gut
that
shot
Game
to the
Boy
nut
played
straight.
all of them.
Really?
He's got a
You got
70-30
another
edge
card
here
game
on the
too?
flop.
Yeah, that's actually how I got into Magic. So I would play Pokemon
540 in the
cards
middle.
on
Riordan
Magic.
only
And
720,000
I would, like, see
behind.
people play Magic, like, what's
Riordan
that?
might
I
have
thought
enough
I
to
played
go
Magic,
with
and I
here.
played that obsessively until I found poker.
Pokemon was the gateway,
Pretty much.
the
yeah.
gateway card game
Gateway drug, yeah.
to poker.
Yeah.
Eventually to poker.
Hot size bet from Merron, and
To parallel.
Riordan's thinking about it. If Merron had been more active, I think this would be a spot that Riordan would probably get it in with his stack size. The way Merron's played, he might be able to get away from it.
How'd you get into poker?
Really got into it like when I watched Rounders in like college. Me and my roommate, and we were playing heads up around the house every day. And then I went and bought like a book. I was like, someone really. We watched Rounders like every day for a week.
I got 10. I'm all in.
Well, you're not.
Whoops.
You just called, sir.
And then, like, everything was exploding.
I don't know if Merron saw it.
This was like
He said,
2000,
I have 10. I don't know if he got the 10s out.
everything was exploding.
Not sure that it's really going to matter here. He's going to be laying about 10 to 1, nearly 10 to 1 when he shoves the turn. It's definitely not going to matter with a king.
Like play
On the
online,
turn.
like a poker card
Merron
club
had the
that
best
my
of it
college
anyway.
had that we'd all play like twice a week, and then
That was weird.
Yeah.
me and my friends like read like Professor, the Banker, and the Suicide King.
And they will get it in on the turn, and Riordan will see the bad news. He's drawing dead after that turn card. And John Riordan will be out in 4th place. He'll take home $102,000.
He's not dead.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, because
Oh,
you have the 6-7.
dead.
I just realized that too.
Yeah, I didn't realize it.
Good
No,
game, bud.
good game.
They were too busy talking about rounders and Pokemon cards to see the run out there, but Merron and Riordan saw it, and Merron is stacking chips once again. The small business owner from Massachusetts now 6.6 million in chips. He's got nearly half the chips in play as we hit three-handed play.
That was like the magic day at the local card shop, and then after we would go to Carl's Jr. hand him two $5
He is in
bills,
fact
one
in
for
first.
one for quarters. Everyone buying
And
quarters just playing until someone
It's
won
been pretty
all
smooth
quarters.
sailing for
Pokemon?
Merron. He's just picked up hands at the right times.
So you play-
He's held when he's had the best of it.
Boom, just like we would play.
Even when he's lost some
one guy
significant
who
pots, he's been
probably
right
just
back
knows
at it, and
nothing,
right
but
after
like,
picking up some
just
big
almost
hands at the
like
best
seeing
time,
him
and
played some poker, and he would like clean us out like almost every
has been
single
climbing pretty steadily. He's chipped up
He's
by
like- he's like,
$2.5 million at this final table.
That's funny. Yeah. Hustling the kids. Yeah, it was
I mean, he
beautiful.
won like $30.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a.
Still though, when it's all relative, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, like we obviously none of us had any money.
You take that.
But
And he probably didn't have tons of money either.
nah, I mean he was like a 1-2 or 1-3 player at the casino. Like he's.
So Ausmus with the,
Which do I have there?
looks like a dead small blind here. Ausmus in the cutoff. Merron the big blind. Ausmus 7-7-5-4 double suited. Puts that in the muck. Yockey the king, queen, queen 10. That's worth an open. Ausmus was just telling his poker origin story, which was a lot like a lot of people's around that age, late 30s, early 40s.
Had one
He
of
was
those
in
queens.
college when Moneymaker won the WSOP. He was watching Rounders. I guess he was just out of college when Moneymaker won. He was watching Rounders in college when it came out in the late 90s. Grinding those 1-2 and 2-5 cash games in Fort Collins, Colorado. After he graduated from Colorado State, he moved to Vegas, and before Black Friday, he was playing mostly online on PokerStars and Full Tilt
Yeah, I
under the
used to
screen
drive,
name The
like,
Taker.
Hour and a half, 2 hours to the casino and play $5.
And then
limit.
after
That was
Black
the max
Friday, a
bet in
lot more
Colorado.
live play.
$5
He was
limit
a regular at Bellagio.
We used to.
Everyone smoked.
traveled the
and stuff.
circuit.
It was like so fun.
The only
I loved
cash
it.
game we had.
He's
in-
been one of the
When
most
you're a kid, you
successful
feel like
players
an
on the
adult
tournament
doing
scene
that
over the
shit.
course
it
of the
was
last
great.
few years.
The only
And when you're
cash
an adult,
game
you
we
don't
had
pretty
in New
much.
Hampshire was
Here, Yockey opening the button, ace-ace 6-5, a couple of diamonds, and Merron will call out of the small blind with a king-queen-6 deuce double suited.
2-4-8 limit.
2-4-8.
Limit.
Yeah.
Limit what?
Like just like limit. It was just like
Limit Hold'em.
it was Hold'em and then Omaha high low and
Oh,
stuff.
got it.
It was wild.
Queen 8-3 on the flop,
It was wild.
2 hearts. Top pair for Merron. Not a whole lot
Every
else
hand was,
working.
Like 6 ways.
Yockey a pretty significant edge here with the
Stacks
aces,
this high.
unimproved. Some backdoor straight possibilities for Yockey as well. And he will check back the flop. Ace on the turn gives a set to Yockey. But still not much for Merron. That queen looks even shakier now. Yockey with the nuts on a Board with a lot of flush possibilities. And he puts out a bet. 375,000 from Yockey. And Merron with just the queen and no other real possibilities here. Will let it go. He's drawing dead. So a good fold from Merron. Yockey takes it down. Separates himself a bit more from third place, Ausmus. And by the way, Donnie, I was going to bring this up earlier, and the action picked up pretty quickly in the early going. Alex Foxen was the first eliminated, but I think most people would agree Jeremy Ausmus, if not a surefire future Hall of Famer, he's been a nominee. He's certainly got a pretty good chance. Would anyone be surprised to see Alex Foxen and Ben Yu in the Hall of Fame in the future with the careers they've put together and still plenty of years ahead of them? Could have had 3 future Hall of Famers at this final table today.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just going to come down to the number of players that they allow in every year. Right now it's 1, so it's tricky because it's been a conversation for several years now, you know, within the industry that there's just going to be a bottleneck at some point. You know, we're coming up on that time when, you know, you got a lot of players who have 5, 6 bracelets, you know, players that are approaching 5, 6 bracelets, you know, which ones do you put in, which ones don't you put in, you know, who's got to sit on the sidelines, who doesn't. So yeah, we'll see if things obviously change in coming years for the Poker Hall of Fame. But yeah, right now, I mean, there's a lot of those guys. You got who? Jeremy Ausmus, you mentioned Alex Foxen, there's Phil Galfond, Jason Kuhn, Jason Mercer, like there's, you know, there's Sean D, there's all these guys like in that same sort of like category, all bunched together. So who's going to get in, who's not going to get in? It's going to be tough for voters, that's for sure.
I think they have to expand it at some point in the not too distant future. I know there have been some outspoken advocates of that. As you said, there's just so many great players. Pre-flop here, Ausmus limped in. Yockey raised the big blind to 240,000. They go to this queen, jack flop. And Yockey will bet and take it in position as Ausmus whiffed that one. And more chips flow to Yockey, who's trying to chase down Merron atop the leaderboard.
I'm full, man. Thank you. I never had that green bean.
But yeah, you with 4 bracelets so far.
Neither am I.
The top tournament players in the world compete on the PokerGO Tour. The PGT includes more than 100 high-stakes poker tournaments and $1.3 million in bonus prize money. Visit PGT.com to see where the PGT's best players rank and check out the schedule of events, news, and more. Check PGT.com for coverage of event number 6 tomorrow. The live stream coverage of the PLO Series 2 will resume with event 7. Final table on Saturday.
Cool.
Yockey limping into the small blind, the ace 5-5 tray.
Check.
I was going to say it's easy to imagine a future where Ben Yu pushes towards even double-figure bracelets. It's a guy that plays all the games well, a guy who fires the World Series, tries to put himself in the Player of the Year mix, and Foxen already $30 million in career earnings. But like you said, they'll have to let in more than 1 person per year at some point for all those guys with 5, 6, 7 bracelets in the future to end up in the Hall. Yockey 80,000 wagered on this 9-7 tray flop. Merron makes the call. He's got an inside wrap between that 7 and 3. Yockey with the 5s. Also has the 3 on the board. So he could improve to 2 pair with an ace. Trips with a 3. Set with a 5. He'll check it over. Yockey about a 2-to-1 equity advantage here. Merron's got to decide whether to semi-bluff here with that inside wrap. And he is going to do so. 310,000 from Merron and a quick fold from Yockey. Merron takes it down, able to push some equity in that spot, steal a pot from Yockey and expand that chip lead.
I like it. Maybe we start seeing him open it up a bit more here.
Certainly be a good time to do so, especially against Yockey with now Ausmus on the shorter stack and the players on a $46,000 pay jump, give or take. And these are the spots in particular for Merron where he doesn't have much, but it's three-handed. He's in the small blind. It's blind versus blind. How does he choose to play those? Does he choose to apply more pressure? In this case, he'll limp it in. Now Ausmus with the ace, queen, jack, 9. Both players, excuse me, Ausmus with a Badoogie hand. Merron does have 2 spades.
You want to give me a rack then?
240.
Or, no, I guess I'll do it, yeah.
A raise from Ausmus to 240,000. Merron contemplating whether to take a flop with a king, queen, 5-4.
10 seconds.
Merron came into the day with 398,000 in career tournament earnings. He's locked up 125,000 as he lets this one go, so he's over the $500,000 mark lifetime. Hoping to add to that number by the end of the day. Ausmus hoping to add to his 16 million in lifetime earnings on the tournament scene. Phil in the chat asking, is Nick Schulman in the Hall of Fame?
Don't believe he's 40 yet, so it doesn't meet that qualification. I think next year Nick will turn 40, so but he's another one that's in that group, you know.
And not just in the group, but another guy who plays all the games well, to say the least.
Yeah,
and
all the games well, tournaments and cash. He's played a lot of high stakes cash.
He's not one of these guys who's out there like Sean Deeb firing every single bracelet event, going for player of the year every year, but he's playing his share of bracelet events for sure. So likely to add to his total over the future years. Ausmus limping it in. Yockey making it 240,000 in the big blind. Ausmus calls with a queen 10, 8, 5 and picks up top pair and some straight possibilities on this queen jack jack flop. Yockey wrapped around that board. Also the nut
about
spade
as good
draw.
as you can get without actually connecting with it.
Yeah, he might like the board to not be paired, but yeah, he's got a lot of possibilities and blind versus blind, three-handed, a little less worried about the boats. Though speaking of Schulman, that stud final table last year, one of the more entertaining WSOP final tables with the old school cigar and sunglasses look.
I mean, Schulman's he's a legend. He's an absolute legend.
Different ways to have fun at these final tables. That outfit for Schulman, the Ben Yu performance today, although didn't last as long as Ben would have liked today. But
hey, we got some good content out of it.
Oh, for sure. Some good content yesterday with Negreanu going to work on that sandwich. Spade on the river here. Makes a nut flush for Yockey. Ausmus with 2 pair. Queens and jacks with a 10 kicker. Yockey deciding how much to bet with those spades, looking for 500,000 from Ausmus, who does block a spade. He does also block a couple of full houses, although not sure the way this hand is played. I guess he could rep a slow-played full house if he wanted to turn his hand into a bluff here. He has some of the properties you might look for.
2 million.
And 2 million, the raise from Ausmus. He's going to put Yockey to the test with that nut flush.
This looks like he's going to fold, but
Yockey unblocking all the pairs on the board and blocking a missed straight draw. Immediate time bank. He's going to need to think this one over.
very tough spot here for Yockey.
We were talking earlier about who's capable of coming with a big bluff, and we mentioned both of these two, and Ausmus doing it right here.
That's also what makes it tricky is that, you know, Yockey knows Ausmus is capable, right? Anytime you're more capable of doing things that aren't the nuts, then it's harder for you.
Yockey just asked how much Ausmus had left. I think mainly looking to see what he's left himself if he loses this pot.
You know, how much is he risking right here?
So Yockey in this situation, obviously Ausmus representing a full house. Yockey doesn't block any of the full house possibilities, so I don't think Ausmus is making this raise with a weaker flush. So Yockey might be better off calling with a weaker flush that blocks some of the full house possibilities. That's what he's got to work out and think through here. The strength of his hand versus the blocker effects of his hand. And how that fares against Ausmus.
I don't believe Yockey had too many time extensions. Maybe 3 or 4 of them.
I don't see any.
They're behind this graphic over here. I think there's 1 there, 2, 3, and then 1 was pulled in. So
okay. Oh, and he lets it go. Ausmus gets it through. A big bluff from Jeremy Ausmus, and he takes down a pot more than $3 million. Of course, $2 million of that his on the end, but grabs $1.4 million.
When you call the turn, I'm like, oh, God, Jeremy, whatever.
Tremendous recognition there from Ausmus. Also, tremendous
My hand was too good, not the best.
follow through. You know, a lot of times you can recognize the situation. You can say, what if I did this here?
Very annoying.
It's one thing to think it. It's another thing to actually pull the trigger, and he pulled the trigger.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about earlier. Are you capable of pulling the trigger in a big spot? Ausmus certainly is. Put Yockey to the test, and Yockey, not to say he necessarily played it wrong with what he had.
Back home, you get to play against all these
Yeah, that's fucking snap fold against those guys.
Not enough.
Yeah. I mean,
Yockey
that spot,
mentioned-
they literally have no bluffs, I think.
Yockey mentioned that after facing the raise, he wished he just checked back. But he had too good of a hand to check back. Had to try to get some value, and certainly one of the things when you're playing world-class players, you've got to go for the thin value, and you've also got to be prepared to face those check raises. But Yockey can probably find some other hands to defend in that spot that fare better against the check raise. He'll limp this one in from the small blind, and Merron applying some pressure now with the ace-9, 8-5 double suited. Yockey makes the call. Ace, queen flop. Trips and a diamond draw for Merron, and a complete whiff for Yockey. He's already drawing dead. Hard to draw dead on the flop in PLO, but he's doing it.
I once saw Paul Pierce get his money in the 10K PLO at the World Series of Poker on the flop drawing dead, and I was flabbergasted. Couldn't believe it.
Yockey will not get his money in drawing dead here. Do you remember the hand?
I do not. I could look it up though, but I mean it was a special occasion because you know normally you have even if you're not drawing dead you have like 5% or you know I mean it's Omaha.
And quads under a boat under quads or something like that, I guess is one way to do it.
Okay.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Merron in the chip lead, 46% of the chips in play. Ausmus and Yockey neck and neck once again, both on right around 3.8 million. Slight edge to Ausmus.
So the board was the Paul Pierce hand, written by a good friend of mine, Rich Ryan. Board was King 10-10, Rainbow. Pierce gets it in with the 10-5-4 deuce against Ace King Jack 10.
That'll do it. Raise here in the small blind from Merron, and Ausmus will give up the big blind. Merron takes that one down. Expands that chip lead just a bit. And we'll be right back as this final table will continue after a word from our friends at the WSOP.
This winter, WSOP is bringing the heat. This December, the WSOP is coming to Atlantis, and they're bringing $50 million guaranteed, with buy-ins as low as $1,000 or as high as $100,000. There's going to be 15 World Series of Poker bracelet events and a $5,000 main event with a juicy $15 million guarantee. So who wants to come make history with me and win some bracelets in paradise?
They actually give you crypto rewards for playing are paid out on the blockchain.
Okay.
Back to the action.
And,
$240,000
it's
up
just a
top for the
really
remaining
unique
three
game
as they
you
trade
actually
crypto
play, which
advice.
is one of the best selling points of the game. If you just want to play and not
how the
pay
final
money,
table
that's good.
started.
Yeah, because their goal is to create a good game, not create like a money scene, the way like a lot of these other games have.
Sounds like Yockey is
But
in
if
those
you also
NFT
wanna
video
play with
game
NFTs,
streets.
you
I
can
don't know
enter,
much
like-
about that.
Like actual prize-based tournaments and stuff.
Gotcha.
We just saw Daniel Negreanu talking about the WSOP in the Bahamas coming up in December. Daniel at the final table yesterday
They're like super forward-thinking.
alluded to this a bit earlier, but
They're, like,
he
potential,
just walked
like,
himself right
things
into
they
a
could work
loosey-goosey
on
with a
that, like,
sandwich
work with
situation.
And if he's have more utility across multiple games.
I would say Daniel a little
version,
less
like,
aggressive
on
going in
the
on the
wall,
sandwich
AI, little
than the
piece
legendary
of keyboard
Helmuth
not there.
moment.
Oh wow.
I mean,
They're looking
Helmuth
like
just
making
doesn't
a
have any
first-person
manners.
shooter where your
That's
NFTs
the problem.
put in the game, like, they're really thinking
Pretty big bite from Daniel. Also got the napkin in front of the mouth right away to cover up. If you missed the clip, it's on the Twitter account for PokerGO. Go check it out.
It's a little bit. They've
They've come down a lot though.
As
They're
Merron
working on
opens the
base
button.
right now also, which is the coin.
And the napkin's so important,
because they
Donnie. You
made
know,
it
you don't
over.
want to be in the spot like Jared Blesnick was in. You take the bite of the pizza. You've got a cards in front of you. You need to look at your hand. You got grease. You got no napkins.
I don't know.
Daniel had the napkins ready. Give him that.
One orange and 4 purple.
Was able to cover the mouth while he chewed, but it took him like a full hand
As I literally put out the wrong
of
mouth.
chewing to get through it. So somebody noted in the comments he was the next one out after he went in on that sandwich yesterday as well. So perhaps the loosey-goosey sandwich, bad omen for Negreanu yesterday. He ran trips into a full house. Some similarities to that Paul Pierce hand you just mentioned. Daniel had one overcard draw to a bigger full house. You know, he mentioned on Twitter the progressive bounty knockout math was at play there and changes the ranges quite a bit. King 9-4 flop here. Merron puts out a bet of 300,000. He's got top pair and a backdoor heart draw. Yockey flopped the second nut flush draw. And a raise from Yockey. 1 million going into the middle will put Merron to the test with a one pair holding. He's thinking about it though. Give him credit. He does have the backdoor nut flush draw if hearts run out. Some backdoor Broadway equity as well. He also happens to have the best hand. So hard in PLO with just top pair, top kicker, though, facing this kind of aggression. Merron in the tank on this one, facing the semi-bluff from Yockey, who was just bluffed from Ausmus. And he'll get one through himself. A bit smaller, but he gets the bluff through on Merron, gets him to release top pair and some back doors. And Yockey, it builds about 600,000 more into his stack. He's now clear second place, edging out past Ausmus.
Getting a DeFi Kingdoms at all?
Nah, I mean, it was interesting, I guess, but like DeFi Kingdoms wasn't like fun.
No, it wasn't.
And like it was a
interesting
grind to try to like make
experiment.
money. Yeah, and like that's the thing that makes Parallel unique. Is Parallel is designed to be like a fun game.
That's what
first.
you need is a real actual game.
Of
And
course.
It seems like
And-
IMX are trying to do like the game Guardian and God, or I forget. There's several
Guardians
of them.
Unchained. That's
Yeah.
just basically a Hearthstone clone.
Okay.
Like I don't think they're offering anything unique or new.
10-10, 9-8 for Ausmus on the button.
If you like anything like that, I would strongly suggest checking out Parallel. It's
Okay.
like-
I mean, I don't play any of them. I
Does Yockey have a piece of this
got
parallel
some, like,
action?
on IMX.
Possibly.
you could invest if you wanted. I suppose.
If not, he should.
Yeah.
I mean,
For sure.
if not, Parallel needs to get on the phone with our guy here and, hook him up because he's selling it strong. He's a believer.
He said earlier on that he is a true believer in all this stuff, the crypto potential. Merron, queens with an 8-deuce on the side. He'll check it back in the big blind, out of position against Ausmus here. Ace, Jack 7, rainbow flop. Inside straight wrap for Ausmus. Not a lot for Merron. Still just the queens as backdoor hearts, but not strong backdoor hearts. Ausmus checking back the flop. 9 on the turn. So Ausmus turns the jack high straight with a 10-8. He's now got 95% equity in this one. Merron can make a queen high straight if one of the remaining 2 10s hits the river. And Merron picking a bad time to get to work here, as he wagers 225,000, and Ausmus at the moment holding the nut straight. Decides to just call, and these two will go to the river with 800,000 in the middle. 3 of clubs on the river doesn't change anything. Does Merron want to bring another barrel? Any chips he puts in the middle will not be heading his way. Ausmus is sitting on the nut straight. Merron does give up. Checks over to Ausmus, who will go for value, although in this particular situation what he's really hoping to do is induce, because a bluff raise is the only way I think Merron's putting more chips into this pot. Ausmus going big, 700,000 into the pot of 800,000, just under a pot-sized bet. Merron perhaps not done with it yet. Could only continue with a bluff. Thinks better of it and lets it go, and Ausmus takes it down, turning the straight. And he will add some chips and close that gap down towards Yockey in second, as those two continue to be neck and neck.
That the game will ecosystem will grow over time. So
Some bad timing from Merron a couple of times today, but he has managed to give up and not compound that across multiple streets. At times, the more conservative approach has worked against him, but at times, it's also saved him quite a bit. Folds around to the chip leader in the small blind. Discussion in the chat about limping ranges in PLO, and one thing to keep in mind at these final tables with a big blind ante and the ICM implications, 2 big reasons to lean towards a limp over an open with a lot of hands. We see a lot of the best players do that at a variety of stack depths. Here, Merron opening it up to 225,000. Ausmus defending the big blind. Ace-6 tray flop, all diamonds. Merron, bottom pair. Not a whole lot else. Backdoor Broadway. Ausmus with top pair, top kicker. That same backdoor Broadway. 1 diamond blocker. Neither player in love with their hand at this moment, but Ausmus with a big edge. Neighborhood of quarter to third pot bet from Ausmus here. And that'll take it down. He'll fold out Merron's equity and chip up a bit.
Been a pretty good leveler past 2 levels for Ausmus. Of course, that big bluff pulled against Bryce Yockey. He's been chipping up nicely since. He's now in 2nd place in chips, not by a lot, you know, only by 25K, but still must feel good to be up over 4 million and climbing.
All 3 stacks now over 40 big blinds, so good amount of maneuverability here for all 3 players. Merron gives it up on the button.
Yeah, 4. I think
Jeremy showing off some skin here. I mean, come on, man, put the guns away.
Well, now that Foxen's not at the table, it's a little easier to
he's
flex,
like,
right?
I'm going to show off my arms a little bit here.
Foxen was a tight end in college at Boston College and still hits the gym pretty regularly. Ausmus opening the Jack 9-7 5 double suited. Yockey in the big blind. The Ace 10 8 5 no suits. Alex Foxen was our 7th place finisher today as Yockey gives it up in the big blind. Ben Yu 6th. Artem Maksimov went out in 5th. John Riordan out in 4th. Those payouts ranging from $57,000 to $102,000. Everybody left guaranteed $125. 2nd place will be $171,000, and the winner will walk home with $239,000 and change. Ausmus giving up the button. Yockey a couple of 10s, bunch of diamonds to the ace. And he will raise the big blind of Kyle Merron. Too many hearts in his hand, he'll let it go, and Yockey takes it down.
But a very good hand.
Interesting to see how Yockey and Ausmus continue to maneuver this final table with Merron on the big stack throughout, but not applying as much pressure as perhaps he could pre-flop. Giving them opportunities to maybe see more flops, get in there, mix it up a bit more. And at this stack depth now, a lot more room to put chips in without having to worry about being knocked out in a given hand and missing out on that next pay jump. 250 from Yockey with the ace 10 8 4. Ausmus will defend the king queen jack 7. 4 suits. 8-7 tray flop. 2 hearts. Ausmus flops 2nd pair. Yockey flopping top pair. Both players with some overs. Yockey checks back. We go to a turn. 9 of diamonds. Presents a 2nd potential flush draw, but neither player with the diamonds. Yockey now open-ended with a 10-8. Ausmus would make a queen high straight if a 10 hits the river. See if Yockey wants to put any chips in the middle here, try to fold out equity. Decides to just realize his own, checks it back. Deuce of diamonds on the river. In this case, it's a brick. Yockey has the best hand with that pair of 8s, but Ausmus with none of it other than the 7.
How much is in the pot?
May decide to turn his hand into a bluff here, asking how much is in the middle. Ausmus does hold the 7 of diamonds. Perhaps could represent a middling flush here, the way this hand is played. 500,000 on a bluff from Ausmus. With 3rd pair, Yockey. With just 2nd pair, can he find a call? Or perhaps turn his hand into a bluff? He does block the jack high straight. He does have a diamond blocker as well, although doesn't look from his body language like he's thinking of bluffing here. It looks more like he's contemplating a call.
Yeah, I would agree there. Maybe slightly annoyed that things didn't work out in this hand, of course, you know.
Looked a lot better on the turn.
Not that these two have battled a ton at this final table, but, you know, it does kind of seem like...
Wow, he makes the call. And Yockey gets the good news. The 8 is good. The hero call from Bryce Yockey takes down a 1.6 million chip pot.
Immediately a little bit more pep in Yockey's step there. I was saying that, you know, it kind of feels like, in a way, Ausmus has been getting the better of Yockey in the pots that they've played. So maybe Yockey was like, you know what, not this time, buddy. You know, slow down a little bit.
When he watches back in the future, he'll wish he had picked the previous time to say not this time, buddy, with a lot more chips in the middle when he had that spade flush, and Ausmus got the bluff through on him. But nonetheless, significant pot here, and don't look now, but Merron ever so slightly in that chip lead. Yockey challenging now atop those counts. Ausmus down to 3.7 million. Discussion in the chat about whether Yockey would be aware of Ausmus's earlier bluff. Not yet.
Not yet. Bit of an extended delay
Unless
here,
Ausmus disclosed it, which I
Yeah.
highly doubt.
No, I don't think he said anything.
Ausmus opening it up in the small blind. Ace, king, queen, 8. Couple of diamonds. Yockey defends. 6-4, deuce, deuce. And you can notice, too, the wider ranges that Ausmus and Yockey are opening and defending with in comparison to Merron thus far. Jack 7-9, rainbow flop. Ausmus looking for a 10 for a straight, has backdoor diamonds. Bets 225, and Yockey putting in chips for next hand. He's done with this one. 3 unders, pair of deuces, nothing to continue with there. This event number 5 of PGT PLO Series 2. Matthew Wantman, Elias Parsonen, Stephen Hubbard, and Adam Hendricks won the first 4 events. Hubbard atop the leaderboard for the series. Richard Grieco in second on the strength of back-to-back third-place finishes. Elias Parsonen in third. Hendricks tied for 4th with Vasil Medorov. One of these players will be surging up that leaderboard after today's action as Yockey gets it through with the ace, queen, queen, 10, takes down the blinds. Once again, neck and neck with Merron. 114 entries in today's event, 17 spots paid. The winner taking down $239,000. They're currently sitting on a $45,000, $46,000 pay jump. So quite a bit to play for at the moment. All 3 players in the 40 to 50 big blind range. Merron, too many jacks. Trips in the small blind.
Good.
He'll let him go.
It is good.
You got a lot of props.
And even that with a jack 9 of diamonds, it's not a premium hand with a 3rd jack, but blind versus blind with a chip lead, perhaps could get in there.
A lot of flushes.
No longer the chip lead now. Yockey edges ahead by a quarter of a big blind,
All to a seat
which,
on that queen jack board.
according to Merron's t-shirt, means he's in last.
Sorry to reveal your story, Jeremy.
You had queen jack?
We don't make the rules,
Whoa.
okay?
We're not wearing the shirt.
That's true.
It was interesting because that was the same flop.
It's a
right?
bold
We
shirt
had
choice
that
for a
order
final
before.
table.
When
Which one?
I like it, though.
Called small blind. It was queen jack jack.
Merron on the
I think,
button,
or
the ace
queen-
10
Yeah,
6
but
tray.
his first time was rainbow.
2 clubs.
I thought that was it. Kind of fun.
Yeah, I was thinking about that hand during the second hand, and I was like, I wonder if this is going to impact his decision at all here.
Deja vu.
Ausmus with the aces, potting it from the small blind, the 3-bet to 1 million over Merron's open with ace 10-6 tray with 2 clubs.
You should do a queen jack at hand.
Does Merron start to feel like maybe he's getting pushed around a little bit? I mean, Ausmus did have the aces last time. These two played a huge pot, both of them with aces. They ended up chopping.
There's more queens and jacks in the deck, man.
And Merron not going to get out of line here.
You know?
Yeah, but
Ausmus takes it down, and these stacks tighten even further.
Yeah.
All 3 players
Had a
between
really great hand,
4.675 and 4.85 million.
I mean, that stays ace king.
It's anyone's to take.
I folded because, like,
Wow.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, so
It's
it's
just-
not having any full house blockers, right?
yeah, and I blocked the rest of the draws too.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Sounds like they're discussing that big bluff. It might have just hit on the delay.
On the other hand, I also know you're fully capable, which just makes it tough.
I don't know if they're discussing with Yockey having the knowledge of what happened, or Yockey is just disclosing what he folded, and Ausmus is smiling in reply. Yockey limps it in from the small blind. Merron checks back the big blind. The gap to run down. That doesn't look very good on this flop. Yockey's not loving it either, but a developing whoever stabs first is going to take it situation here. Neither wagering on the flop. 4 of diamonds on the turn. That's a pair for Merron. Gut shot to the wheel for Yockey, and he'll bet at it first. Merron does turn diamonds as well, so he might find a continue here. Makes the call on the turn. 500,000 in the middle, going to the river. 3 of diamonds. Straight for Yockey. Flush for Merron. Yockey looking for value with a straight. Merron just the 8 high flush on the paired board, so Yockey's thin value blocker bet here with a wheel probably just gets called.
Straight.
And Merron does make the call. Yockey will get the bad news, but see that he lost pretty close to the minimum there with a straight under the flush. Yockey getting a closer look at the hand and the board, seeing how it was played across the streets, given the particular holding of Merron, who's now back into a more decisive chip lead. Still pretty tightly bunched here, though. I mean, we're talking 5 big blinds between first and third. It's one of those situations where a heater at the right time for one of these 3 could be decisive. If the right player can catch some cards, move into the lead, and apply leverage with that bigger stack. Or if somebody just decides to go for it and try to crank up the aggression with the stacks all in that similar range. Speaking of, Yockey opening the button here. 9-5-4 and a mystery card. Merron makes the call with ace-jack 10-5, double suited. Ausmus out of there.
I'm gonna start keeping them here. And
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I think she was
Could you
talking.
please scan your cards, please?
oh, my cards.
One-
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
One more time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Couple of
But I'll keep
nines
them
for
back
Yockey
I'll
and
pass them
2
to you, okay?
spades.
Because if I keep putting them here, it's just hard for both of us to reach.
Thank you.
Yeah.
King, king, queen flop. Merron, a 3-card wrap around the king and queen. He'd make a straight on an ace-jack 10 or 9. Backdoor hearts for Merron as well. Yockey checks back with the 9s. Jack on the turn gives Merron Broadway. Yockey does have a couple of blockers to the low end of the straight.
Check. Check.
Both players check the turn. Heading to a river. Deuce of spades. Not changing anything. Potential club draw missed. Merron
400.
puts out a bet of 400,000. And a quick fold from Yockey. Merron will take it down. And he's back up to $5.5 million in chips. Merron, a small business owner from Massachusetts, 34 years old, owns a food truck called Natural Consumption. Sells pressed juices, smoothies, organic coffee, cider, donuts. Whole lot of nothing there for Merron on the button. Ausmus, a couple of jacks, king and a 6 to go with him. That'll be good enough to get involved in the small blind. Yockey, queen jack 5-4. He'll put in the raise in position.
300.
Ausmus makes the call. We go to a flop heads up. 700,000 in the middle.
Hands up.
Ace 8-7 on the flop, 2 clubs. Neither player finding much to work with here, which will tend to favor Yockey in position as the aggressor. He does fire for 300,000, and Ausmus, a quick fold. Had the best hand there, but hard to realize it on that board.
Yeah, it's just a sneeze. I didn't want to sneeze all over it. I like held it in, you know. First I turned towards Bryce's water.
Yeah, thanks.
And then
avoiding that one.
Turned the other way.
Hurts when you
That's why
hold
Bryce
the sneeze, too.
That's why Bryce moves so far.
Yeah, that's right. I told you. Smelled something weird. It's probably sick.
Ausmus double suited on the button, but lets that one go.
300.
Yockey opens it up with ace king 9-6. Merron the jack 10 8 deuce. And he'll let that go in the big blind. Donnie, how long did that Super High Roller Bowl final table go?
14 hours, I think. I don't even really know what the actual number was. Yesterday we went for a long time just because they were so deep to start the final table.
Yeah, I don't know. That was scary.
Here's getting on the longer side as well.
These guys seem to be grinding on these 40, 50 big blind stacks. Plenty of room to play.
10 million.
Could see this developing into a longer final table. Hopefully not the 14-hour variety, but perhaps on par with yesterday. Merron, king 9-8 tray on the button. You also wonder, as you get deep in a tournament like this, how much short-handed PLO have these 3 players played? You're looking for guys who have gone deep in PLO events or have played those late-night cash games when they get short-handed.
Yeah, I'm guessing that advantage would lie with Yockey and Ausmus. You know, I mean, I know for sure Ausmus has been there before. I mean, Yockey has, of course, been deep in PLO 8.
From the sound of it, Yockey plays some PLO cash from his chat with Ausmus earlier, and you wonder how much of that is full ring versus short-handed.
Yeah, there's also just the general sense of, you know, getting deep in a tournament, because there are, you know, tournament dynamics, maneuverability, ICM, you know, all that sort of stuff where we've obviously seen a ton of Ausmus all the time, whether that's WSOP, wherever it is, PGT, etc. Seen a lot of Bryce Yockey. You know, Kyle Merron's the new kid on the block, really, so he's holding his own so far, but still a long way to go till the finish line, of course.
This hand being checked down to the river between Merron and Ausmus. Ausmus with the best of it. Kings and 7s with a queen. Merron going to bet his kings and 7s with a 9. I believe looking for thin value here. Wouldn't imagine he'd be turning top pair into a bluff in a check down spot. Well, note Merron was open-ended on the turn. So was Ausmus. Both players just checked and took their equity with the spades out, and Ausmus will make the call here, and he'll see that he's got the best hand with his better kicker alongside that king. These players continue to be very tightly bunched together. And one thing with the way that this table has been played, the pots haven't gotten big very often, which means the ICM doesn't factor in as heavily. I don't think these players are too worried entering pots thinking they'll be huge pots. The PokerGO shop is the home to the best apparel in the game, including items from your favorite shows such as High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future. Hats, shirts, hoodies, and more. The PokerGO shop has it all. Take your game to the next level. Shop now at shop.pokergo.com. A new episode of High Stakes Poker available on PokerGO. Be a new No Gamble, No Future tomorrow evening as well.
Next jump's pretty big. 10K to 15K. Yeah, that's a pretty big jump. The next jump feels like a big jump. 5K, 10K to 7,500, 150.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's. If I want, can someone drop a stack in for me, and then on my turn, I always call Big O. That way, it'll take forever.
It's a good play, honestly.
Is it actually
Play it.
dealer's choice? Like you
Yeah.
actually
Well,
get to pick?
Yeah,
no, it's
dealer's
only
choice.
4 games.
Yeah, it's dealer's choice
But you actually
of
get to
those
pick.
4. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Yellow.
Right, so it
yellow
doesn't
eight.
just cycle through the 4.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is actually, that's what I was commenting earlier, is like, I don't think there's much regular PLO, actually. I think it'll mostly be the other 3 games.
Yeah, looking at some people.
Yeah, Big O would take the most.
It's gonna primarily be
Extra card
on
takes a little
PLO.
longer too.
Yeah, there's a lot of mixed players out there.
Yockey considering
those guys
dropping a
also stack
stack
PLO,
in the
Yeah.
dealer's choice of the Omaha variants. These players are discussing the blind increase coming up. They're at 50 and 100K blinds, which have cut these stacks to 45 to 50 bigs. They'll be up to 75, 150 in the next level. Ausmus opening up the button with the ace 9-6.
Could see a little bit of flash here. You know, Yockey's got a good one.
2 jacks, spades to the ace for Yockey. Ten deuce flop. Not what either player was looking for there.
Yeah, that might just slow things right down.
Ausmus starting it off with a check. Yockey checks back as well. 8 on the turn. Gut shot now for Yockey. Gut shot for Ausmus as well. 7 would give Ausmus a 10 high straight. A 9 gives Yockey a straight to the jack, and both players do, of course, have their full house draw. Yockey makes his with a jack. Ausmus with a case ace. Ausmus now going to put some money out there with the aces. Feels relatively safe with his hand. Happy to try to fold out some equity or get called by worse. Yockey does continue with the jacks and the gut shot. 1.4 million in this pot. Not insignificant as we head to the river. 4 of clubs doesn't change the board very much. Doesn't impact these players' hands. And now, does Ausmus want to go with a thin value blocker type bet here or check and see what Yockey does? Ausmus does make the bet. Of course, remember, Ausmus turned a pair into a bluff not too long ago, and Yockey looked him up with second pair on a board with some straight potential on the river. So Yockey knows Ausmus is capable of both bluffing and turning showdown into a bluff. I guess the 7 didn't have much showdown value in 4 card. These jacks may look good enough to Yockey. He'll let him go. Does block a lot of the straight draws that would have missed as well. And Ausmus takes it down. And that will move Ausmus into the chip lead. We'll see if any player can kind of put a little streak together and move into control here, in particular Ausmus or Yockey, who might try to crank up the aggression if they're able to get a distinct chip lead. Some of the viewers in the chat, Donnie saying they enjoyed that 14-hour marathon the other day. I'm impressed whether you're...
Speak for yourselves. No, not that I didn't enjoy it, but it could have been 7 hours.
It's a long time to be glued to the screen. Remember watching some marathon streams in the past. I watched some of that one. Enjoyed a lot of the action and a lot of the antics, but couldn't keep it locked for the whole time. But Blesnik did put on a show. It's good to know you can always go back, get the highlights on the archive.
Sorry.
Yockey opens it up with the ace, queen, jack 10. Merron defending. Jack 5, 4 deuce. Both players with some flush possibilities in the spade department. Merron clubs as well. Ace 7 deuce on the flop. Bottom 2 pair for Merron. He's also got a wheel draw. Yockey has the ace and some Broadway side cards. It's enough to put 200,000 out there. And now on this texture, does Merron want to continue cautiously, or does he want to build a pot here with bottom 2 pair? Decides to just call. We'll go to a turn with over 1 million chips in the pot. Queen of clubs on the turn, so Merron picks up more potential, but Yockey improves to top 2 pair, so Merron no longer in the lead. He does add that club draw, though. Yockey's got to feel pretty good about these top 2 pair. He's also got a gut shot for Broadway. Looks like he's thinking big. It's like a little under 1 million going in the middle there. 750,000 is the bet from Bryce Yockey on the turn with top 2 pair. Merron, bottom 2 pair, a gut shot, and a flush draw. Is he considering much other than calling in this spot? Might depend how he looks at those 7s and deuces. He does just call. And we've got a huge pot developing. 2.6 million in the middle. Heading to a river. Yockey about a 2-to-1 favorite. 10 of diamonds on the river. Yockey has the lock on this one. Top 2 pair, but that could be the type of card that kills some of the action here. Broadway straight now possible. Yockey
1.5.
betting a little under half pot. Announces 1.15 million. And Merron has a decision to make here with bottom 2 pair on a very poor run out for his hand. Got to be a frustrating spot. So much potential on the flop and turn, and ends up with just bottom 2. This was a raised pot pre-flop as well, so Yockey figures to have a good amount of connectivity with his range to that ace-queen 10. Obviously, he does in this case in particular as well.
Possibly some thought here from Merron that he's just getting pushed around a little bit too much. I know he ultimately doesn't have much here.
Good fold.
Yeah, does give it up, disciplined.
Merron gets away from it. He'll be happy when he sees that hand on the delay, or someone lets him know that he made the right fold. And we now see Merron in third of the remaining 3. Yockey into the chip lead, just ever so slightly ahead of Ausmus.
Something's fishy over there. I don't know what it is.
You shove, I might call.
Yeah, that crossed my mind.
Merron, but he might have been more inclined to call if Yockey had potted it. Yockey gives up the button. Merron, 10-8-5-4. Couple of hearts. The small blind. He'll limp in. Ausmus happy to take a free look out of the big blind. Jack 7 deuce with a couple of diamonds. A gut shot there for Merron. Ausmus a gutter as well. And all important position. He'll stab at this one. 200,000. Merron gives up the gut shot. Ausmus takes it down.
Oof. Big jump.
Yeah, it's a big jump.
That is a big jump.
There's no
right,
75, 125 level? Like, no one big blind starting stack? Nah.
They're gonna add it in the 25K,
Oh, yeah?
but yeah, never been.
I mean, that's a good level to have in 25K
What?
for sure. They're going to add the 75, 125 level.
For the
Blinds are up.
25K. Yeah, that's good.
75,000, 150,000 with 150,000 big blind
Yeah,
any
25K,
50%
there's
jump.
Nothing else to play there, I guess. Well, there's like a 5 card or something. But
There's a
Players are
25
discussing.
these days,
Yeah.
like,
The size of that
doesn't
jump
matter.
doesn't count for
sounds
players.
like there'll be an
Like
extra
players
level
do
added
either, so.
in the higher buy-in event.
Yeah,
I mean, I might play it. Like, sounds kind of fun.
Yeah.
But
350.
And Merron opening it up on the button to 350,000. Poor timing here as Ausmus has the aces with the queen 10 of diamonds on the side.
thanks.
Pretty good aces here for Ausmus. Don't know that last card for Merron.
I have a 5 behind.
Hot.
1.2.
Ausmus repots. Yockey out of there with the 8-6-5 try. Merron has seen his stack dwindle. He had, I believe, in the neighborhood of 6.5, 6.6 million, something like that at his high watermark. Less than half of that left if he folds here. And he's going to make the call, go to the flop. 2.7 million in the middle. Jack, Jack, 10, 6, the holding of Merron. Double suited, both of his suits are alive. Nine, 8, 3 flop with 2 hearts. Not the worst for Merron. He still has the jacks open-ended with the Jack 10. Ausmus aces and a gut shot to a queen high straight. Also has the ace of hearts working as a blocker and a bluff candidate on ace runouts. And he's going to go ahead and bet 2.325 million. He pots it. And this could be a big one if Merron decides to go with it here. That wager represents all of Merron's remaining chips. Being laid about 2-1 on a call. Getting just about the right price in terms of chip EV. Tell he doesn't love it. But he makes the call, decides he has too much hand to fold, and we will run him out. Ausmus, a 63-36 edge.
No,
No.
he's got queen 10.
Merron looking for a queen or a 7. The jack no good because it would make Ausmus a higher straight.
Good game.
Merron going for the preemptive congratulatory good game.
times.
Yeah, yeah.
That dynamic I was
Queen on the turn gives Merron the queen high straight. And suddenly Ausmus drawing to a chop, and it's not forthcoming. Merron able to come from behind, and he's now got a commanding chip lead, more than 7.3 million, as he finds that queen on the turn for the straight and cracks the aces of Ausmus.
Listen.
Ausmus down to 12 bigs.
Yeah, not out of it yet, but you know, certainly had his legs chopped out from under him
I'm
there
saying Bryce
with
hold the
that
button,
putt.
like, you know, it's
Yeah.
every hand.
The hand's completely standard. It's just how it goes.
You know, Ausmus pretty soon will we'll need to look for a hand to go with.
Pretty much. 1.8.
Ausmus counting down his remaining chips. The 44-year-old with 16 million in career earnings, 6 bracelets, 5 PGT titles across his career. Working on the short stack here, 3-handed after that beat. Yockey putting in the raise with a double suited hand in the small blind, and Merron lets it go in the big blind. Good amount of maneuverability still for the big stacks. Now Yockey under a lot of ICM pressure if Merron applies it.
Yeah, I mean, I know we haven't seen the pressure applied yet from Merron, but if he was going to start opening it up, this is when you should probably do it, you know. You just chop the legs out from Jeremy Ausmus. He's not out, but he's lingering there and he's short. So it really puts Yockey in a tough spot, and you can just really attack. So Merron should certainly open this up and try and get himself ultimately to heads-up play with a really big lead. You know, if he can use this 3-handed play here to maybe he knocks out Ausmus, maybe he chips himself up to 9, 10 million, something like that, and then he can enter the heads-up play with in a really good position to win it all.
Yeah, it's actually a spot where he kind of should want Ausmus to hang around as long as possible and grind down Yockey. He opens the small blind, and Ausmus will defend the big. 8-5-4 rainbow flop. Bottom pair gut shot for Merron, and he bets pot. Is not quite enough to put Ausmus all in. Not much there though for Ausmus. He has a gut shot, but
2-5.
that's about it. Gut shot, couple overs, backdoor spades, some backdoor straight options.
Yeah, I know we can see that Ausmus has 31% here, but I mean, he can't be feeling too great about his lack of connectivity on this flop here. And also you have to factor in, you know, Merron hasn't gotten too out of line. You know, he's probably got some sort of piece of this in one way or another, so how good am I doing really? He does give it up.
Even against that particular holding, wasn't quite getting the right price for chips to get it in.
And that's a really good result there for Merron. You know, he, like you were saying, keeps Ausmus around, but he gets much shorter. He built his stack even further, so, you know, just keep on that gas, man. Just keep on that gas.
And he's got position on Yockey as well, so he's in a situation where if Yockey's trying to limp in there in the small blind, he can attack that. He can 3-bet his opens and apply a lot of ICM pressure, especially the shorter Ausmus gets. If Ausmus down to 8 big blinds, it's pretty catastrophic in ICM terms for Yockey to go out on those 35 big blinds in third. Merron now looking down at the jacks on the button. Not the best side cards, does have a couple spades.
Yeah, I mean, I know this isn't the best, but I mean, with the chip lead that he has, the position that he's in, just pop it up on the button. He opts to limp, but
that'll let Ausmus limp in as well. Yockey happy to see 3 with a Jack-9, 4-deuce, and a couple hearts. A lot of shared cards. All the jacks are out. Queen 7-5 rainbow. Each player has a backdoor flush draw. Ausmus open-ended. Those jacks for Merron still best.
What's in there?
600.
Ausmus thinking about it here with the open-ender.
Pot.
He's going to pot it. Committing himself to this hand if anyone joins him, but quick folds and Ausmus gets it through. Good result there for the short stack.
Yeah, I mean, that's a spot I think I would have just liked Merron to raise it up on the button. I mean, I know
Pre-flop.
the Jack, yeah, the Jack 10-5 isn't a powerhouse, you know, by any means, but you have the stack, right? So
I think he would have lost the Jack 6-6-4 pre-flop there if he had opened. And
yeah, and then obviously, you know,
And
we saw
Yockey
Bryce
might have.
Yockey's hand. I mean,
yeah, he wouldn't have defended. Or if he did, wouldn't have gotten far after that. So Ausmus now back up to 11 bigs. Yockey opening the queen. Similar hand to what we just saw Merron limp in on the button. Slightly better. Of course, out of position. I'd rather have the jacks on the button than the queens in the small blind. Merron does defend the 9-8-6-4. Wouldn't mind seeing some diamonds. But he doesn't get them on the flop. Does have the backdoor diamonds. Ace 5-5 board. Favors Yockey overall. But he'll start off with a check here with the queens and a club draw. Merron, a little bit of interaction with those fives for some potential straight run outs. Checks back, heads to the turn, 6 of clubs. So a 7 would make Merron the nuts straight. Flush, though, on the turn for Yockey. He puts out 250,000, and I don't think that gut shot on the paired flushed board is going to be enough for Merron to continue. He does let it go, and Yockey takes it down. Back up over 5.6 million is Bryce Yockey, the 36-year-old from the Los Angeles area. Grew up in Torrance, California. Still in Southern California. Went to Loyola Marymount University where he studied Pacific and Asian studies. He noted his unique heritage. He's Japanese, German, and Cherokee Native American. Loves to travel, and one of his favorite destinations thus far has been Japan, where he said he was able to connect with his culture. Also, I'm sure a cool spot for a foodie. Yockey, an Instagram account sharing his exploration of different cuisines. Bryce's Bites, I believe. Opens it up to 500,000 on the button. The King Jack 5 tray, double suited. Ausmus with the Ace Queen 8-6. He's got better clubs than Yockey. And considering what to do here on just 11 bigs, facing that button open, and Yockey has been opening the button pretty wide.
You're all in, right?
Yeah.
Ausmus puts it in. Yockey makes the call. And Ausmus is at risk with 2.3 million roughly in the middle.
That's good. But it's very good that you're not showing me a king or a jack.
King Jack 10-7.
Ausmus in the lead, but it's a fair fight. 51-49 the equities.
With 2 clubs. King Jack.
Ausmus
5-3.
would love to see clubs, but 5 of them across their 2 hands. Yockey's diamonds are live. All of his pairs are live.
I folded this. I can't remember.
I was gonna ask you.
You can turn him face up.
Oh yeah, true.
You can turn him face up.
Turn him up.
Is that okay? Oh, come on. That's better.
Yockey wants to sweat the mucked
I'm
hand.
genuinely curious. I have no idea what I folded.
I just hope you didn't fold like king, king, jack, jack or something.
I hope
No, I don't believe so.
you
All right,
folded
cool.
diamonds.
I hope you fold the queen of clubs.
I have no clue what I folded.
Jack 7-5 on the flop. 2 pair there for Yockey.
It's a fight.
He's got a 3-2 edge. Ausmus with a straight draw.
Should I call
Backdoor clubs.
I'm doing that well.
Sure.
10 of clubs.
4 of clubs on the turn. Straight for Ausmus to the 8. And the club redraw. Yockey needs to fill up on the river. He needs a jack or a 5, or Jeremy Ausmus will secure the double up. Ace on the river is safe for Ausmus, and he doubles up right back in the mix to 3.3 million. Yockey cut down to a little over 4 million. So we see Merron again in a situation now, both players under similar ICM pressure. Merron with a decisive edge. Merron puts the ace-6-6 deuce into the muck on the button. Ausmus limping it in, double suited, 10-9-8-4. Aces for Yockey. Clubs to the ace, has a jack as well. Ace, jack, 7. Quick call from Ausmus. 1 million in the middle, heading to this flop. Jack, 7. Gets even better for Yockey with trip jacks on the flop. Ausmus, an inside wrap with a 10-9-8. Both players have backdoor clubs. Ausmus backdoor spades as well. A backdoor straight flush draw. Although of all the people in the world that I would not wish that on, is Yockey. 99.8%. You said you don't like to root for anyone, but boy, I hope Yockey doesn't lose 2 hands streamed with 99.8% equity on the flop. Ausmus is going to peel here. Queen of diamonds on the turn, and Yockey does secure a lock on this one. Ausmus adds some, they're not actual outs, but in his mind, potential straight outs. Although on the paired board against the pre-flop raiser, less likely to continue those. And it goes check, check. 5 on the turn. Yockey perhaps setting himself up to induce a bluff from Ausmus, who's more than capable of it. Ausmus looking over his hand, does not block any diamonds, does not have any full house blockers. If he does come with a bluff, you would imagine maybe a smaller sizing, just trying to fold out the weaker portion of Yockey's range, but Ausmus is going to give it up. Yockey has to decide with the trip jacks whether to try to extract value from some of Ausmus's potential holdings. Yockey blocking the jack of diamonds. $925,000 is the bet from Yockey, and Ausmus gives it up quickly. Yockey
Another
up to 4.75 million.
Yeah.
Right? Queen Jack Jacks
No
are,
river check raise this time in the flush hits though.
Queen Jack Jacks are on you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Jack Jack is just a good hand.
Jack Jacks are nuts. People say, you know, there's no right way to play jacks.
They obviously haven't played PLO.
I was going to say, that's a little more of a thing in Hold'em.
Jacks are a better hand in PLO than they are in Hold'em.
That's for sure.
Easier to get away from.
Very.
Exactly. Sometimes people raise, you just fold it. It doesn't even feel bad.
Yeah. Except when you
Not much to work with on the button for Ausmus. But Doogie with a few high cards for Yockey. He'll open it up and no resistance in the big blind. Merron lets the King 7 trade deuce go. Three players remain here in event number 5 of the PGT PLO Series 2. $10,000 buy-in. Pot limit Omaha. $240,000 will go to the winner. $171,000 to second. They've locked up $125,000. Alongside Donnie Peters, I'm Ryan Messick. If you're watching along on YouTube, hit that like and subscribe button. Hop in the comments.
One suit.
Let us know what you think. Also streaming on PokerGO.
We did that. I was ahead.
This was a stacked final table. A couple of the most accomplished players went out early, with Alex Foxen out in 7th for $57,000. Ben Yu in 6th for $68,000. Artem Maksimov took 5th for about $80,000. And John Riordan out in 4th for $102,000. Ben Yu in costume today is the Binance CEO. Put on a good show. One of the more graceful, friendly, lighthearted exits you'll ever see from a final table, I'd say. Gave an exit speech on the way out. Ausmus limps in the small blind. Yockey pumps it up with the Queen Jack 8 tray, double suited in the big blind. Ausmus will continue. Heading to a flop. King, 6, tray, 2 diamonds. Both players flopping diamond draws. Yockey's is higher. Bottom pair for Yockey, middle pair for Ausmus. Backdoor straight possibilities for Ausmus as well. Check it over to Yockey, who's bringing a pot-sized bet. 1.05 million, nearly half of Ausmus's stack. So Ausmus will have to decide if middle pair and an 8-high flush draw is enough to basically commit his stack here, I would imagine, if he continues. He doesn't know those diamonds aren't live. It's a consideration.
All in.
And he does rip it in. Snap call from Yockey.
Because the 6 is good.
Best hand?
Oh my god. You even have an 8 too? All right.
Ausmus probably thought he might have the live draw and not the best hand for value at the moment. It's the other way around.
The Queen Jack of diamonds? Yeah, that's a good point.
15 outs here for Yockey to eliminate Jeremy Ausmus.
Very good point.
A diamond, a 3, a queen, or a jack. King of Hearts on the turn.
No, that's bad. I thought they gave me the
Well,
I thought it gave me
No
the
change here.
There's no pairs, right?
Could be worse.
Ausmus now 62% to stay alive. Yockey still looking for a diamond, a 3, a queen, or a jack. 5 of diamonds on the river. Yockey makes the queen high flush and eliminates Jeremy Ausmus in 3rd place.
A lot of respect for you, Jeremy.
Hey, thanks, man.
Been
I
playing
appreciate
you.
that.
I've been watching a lot.
Yeah. Thanks.
When's the next break?
Good luck.
So Ausmus taking home $125,000.
Yeah, that's fine.
This winter, WSOP is bringing the heat. This December, the WSOP is coming to Atlantis, and they're bringing $50 million guaranteed, with buy-ins as low as $1,000 or as high as $100,000. There's going to be 15 World Series of Poker Bracelet events and a $5,000 main event with a juicy $15 million guarantee. So who wants to come make history with me and win some bracelets in paradise?
Yeah.
Welcome back inside the PokerGO studio here in Las Vegas, down on the Las Vegas Strip.
I don't think I won a live.
We are
poker
heads
tournament
up
for, like,
in event number 5, $10,000 pot limit Omaha as part of the
I never have.
really?
PGT
No,
PLO
recorded.
series.
I didn't one.
Oh no, just any.
On your left,
like,
Kyle Merron.
I mean, nothing.
On your right,
what's
Bryce Yockey. Yockey currently with the chip
nothing,
lead
like, worth, you know,
to
like,
start
no-
this
notable
heads
or
up
anything.
match. He's got
right?
7.8 million. He just knocked out Jeremy Ausmus in third place to take the lead into heads up play. You see the trophy on the table between these two players. That's what they are battling for, along with the $239,000 first place prize. Yockey going to start off here with two birds in his hand. Ace, 10-6. He raises it up on the button, and Merron makes the call.
Check.
King Jack 5 rainbow here on the flop. Merron checks. Yockey's going to toss out 250K. Merron gives it up. First blood to Yockey. He shows those aces.
I had a very good hand against that one. Just bad flop.
Yeah.
Actually, if you show me your hand face up, I call.
Yeah, sure.
So a good start heads
Might
up
raise
for
even.
Bryce Yockey. He's
I
got
actually could raise.
58% of the chips in play after knocking out Jeremy Ausmus in third. These two battling for $239,000 up top.
It's kind of a little.
They've locked up $171,000. So they're playing for just a little under 70 grand. Ace Queen 4 tray on the button for Merron. King, Jack, 6, 2 spades on the flop. Couple of flush draws here. Merron's is better. He's also got a gut shot to Broadway. Yockey, really just that flush draw, not much else going on for him. But he'll take the betting lead out of the big blind. Oh, no, excuse me. He checked over. Merron bet 400. Yockey will continue with a call.
Put it here next time.
Jack of hearts on the turn. Doesn't help either player. Yockey's deuce is actually still best. Great sense here. He's going to lead the turn. The deuces, the 5-high flush draw. Perhaps figuring that Merron less likely to hold a jack after betting the flop than he is. And Merron gives it up. Yockey folds out his equity. Good result there for Bryce Yockey. Nice lead on the turn. And he extends that chip lead north of 9 million. Heads up here in event 5. They're battling for that trophy here in the PGT PLO series. 239 grand, that trophy, 239 leaderboard points at stake between Bryce Yockey and Kyle Merron. The winner will be third on the Series 2 leaderboard. Yockey looks down at a Jack 10, 9, 5 on the button with a few hearts. Merron, ace, king, 10, deuce in the big blind, has a couple of diamonds, facing a raise from Yockey. He'll make the call. $850,000 in the middle as they go to a flop. Queen, jack, 8, 2 spades. Yockey flops the straight. Open ender for Merron. The 10 also makes him Broadway. So a 3-card wrap for Merron. The only spade at play here, the deuce for Merron. So neither player loving the spades. Yockey thrilled with a straight though. He'll bet the flop. Small sizing, 250,000. Merron will continue. 1.3 million headed to the turn. Board pairing 8. Neither player likes that. Would imagine not going to live in fear of full houses heads up. But could kill some action here for Yockey.
Yeah, I think if you're in Merron's shoes, you know, less likely to chase straight draws when the board pairs like this. As you mentioned, though, you know, Yockey's going to still bet this straight, heads up.
650,000 wagered from Yockey. And the way this final table is played, imagine Yockey can feel pretty safe bet folding a hand like this. I don't think he expects Merron to be the guy who's going to turn a hand into a bluff here, the way Ausmus did in that big pot earlier. Although, heads up, sometimes those things do change. Merron letting this one go. Yockey will take it down. Yockey on a heater. He's won 7 of the last 10 hands. Not too bad. Trying to close this one out. Yockey, a 36-year-old pro, Southern California, a mixed game specialist who says deuce to 7 triple draw and PLO 8 are his favorite variants. Took 4th in the 2019 Poker Players Championship at the WSOP, the 50K buy-in for $326,000. Perhaps most well known for the bad beat he took in that event to be knocked out as a 99.8% favorite. Took it as well as you can. He's still got the picture from that as his Twitter profile picture. Here he puts in the raise out of the big blind over the limp from Merron. Yockey working with a king, jack, jack, 7 with a couple diamonds. Ace, king, 6 tray, I believe, for Merron. Ace, 10, 4 on the flop. Gut shot for Yockey. And the pair of jacks, Merron, top pair, top kicker. Yockey does have backdoor diamonds. Merron makes the call. Queen of diamonds hits the turn. Yockey turns Broadway. The heater continues. 95% equity now for Yockey. Merron can only chop. Need a river jack, and Yockey has 2 of them. $850,000 the bet from Yockey. Right around half pot. And that top pair, top kicker not looking nearly as good on that turn card here for Merron, but he is still heads up, and Yockey's been playing aggressively. He'll make the call heading to a river. Merron does have the ace of diamonds blocker. Yockey, though, with 2 diamonds in his hand and a pretty good draw at that. Ace on the river pairs the board.
Could be a bad card here for Merron, giving him trip aces. All, you know, we know that he's not good here, but
Yockey checks it over. Can Merron find the check back? He does.
Yeah, there it is.
Loses the minimum. Yockey shows him the nut straight. Little frustration there from Merron. He's down to 20% of the chips in play. Yockey has been running hot. He's won 8 of the last 10 hands now. Found that Broadway gut shot on the turn. Yockey north of 11 million chips now.
Yeah, and Merron a bit on the ropes here. I mean, below 3 million, sub 20 big blinds in his stack, you know. Not that 19 big blinds is not a decent enough chips to work with, but when you had been kind of cruising throughout the entire final table, you were out in front for the majority of it until this point, you know, you're probably feeling a little bit less than ideal right now.
For sure, as Yockey opens it up, takes it down. You know, I mentioned earlier, Yockey's a foodie. Merron owns a food truck. Pressed juices, smoothies, organic coffee, cider donuts. Listen, 240 grand, 170, that's a lot of cider donuts that could be purchased. I don't know, these two may need to go hang out and discuss cooking, culinary arts. Looking for the word Yockey used in his profile, a gastronome at heart. It's the first time I've heard of gastronomics. I've been to a gastro pub. Hadn't heard gastronome before today. Heads up play continues. Blinds at 7,500, 50,000. And Yockey with 83% of the chips. King 10, 6 deuce for Yockey, 3 hearts. Pops it up on the button. Big hand here for Merron. Ace, king, jack, jack. The ace, jack of diamonds. How does he want to proceed here off 16 big blinds?
Pot. Yep. 1.05.
Merron announces pot. He'll make it 1.05 million, committing about half his stack. Does Yockey have enough to work with? No. Quick fold from Yockey.
A lot of times we've seen Yockey open and get 3-bet. He has elected to call. I think that might just be, you know, kind of an opponent thing. You know, Merron hasn't gotten out of line, so really no need to gamble it up with him when you can find better spots. Don't need to really put your chip lead into any sort of jeopardy at this point.
Also, stack's not as deep, so the implied odds not there.
Yep.
To continue. 3 hearts, 1 too many in his hand. A little less connectivity. But I do imagine if effective stacks were deeper, he might have thought about that a little more.
I mean, he's done well, Yockey has, in this early portion of heads up to stretch out this lead here. So really no reason to get too silly and double your opponent up if that's what happens, because then you get Merron right back into the match. You know, just kind of stay on the gas selectively, pick your spots as you have been, and just continue to grind him down.
If Yockey feels like he has a big advantage, heads up, skill advantage, then of course he'd want to eliminate as much variance as he can, and that's no knock on Merron. I mean, Yockey, a very experienced player in all the variants. Experienced tournament player. He's been heads up.
It might be a good spot here for Merron to just really ramp up the aggression, you know, ramp up the variance. Like,
for sure.
If he can read the situation and say, you know, Yockey's not going to play with me unless he has it, and he's certainly willing to push the envelope a little bit more, then I can fight back a little bit more looser and just leverage my image. And also try and, you know, get the variance a little bit higher so I can get back up into this match and make things closer to even.
Good advice for anyone who finds themselves heads up against a more experienced player at the end of a tournament against a well-decorated pro. Crank up that variance, especially in a game like PLO where the equities run closer together.
This could be a fun one here. Bottom set versus top 2.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Yockey to avoid losing a lot of chips in this one. He opened 350,000. Merron called out of the big. Pot size bet from Yockey, and that is probably going to ensure that all the money gets in the middle here on the flop. How does Merron want to proceed with bottom set? He can rip it in here after that pot size wager.
Call.
He does announce all in. Snap call from Yockey, and he'll see the bad news that he's up against bottom
Oh, you
set.
have a set. I misunderstood what you're saying.
He'll be looking for a king or an 8. Or running straight.
Yeah, great spot here that Merron finds himself in.
Backdoors? Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of straight draw stuff.
I guess I do too.
A 9 would be really nice for me.
How about a 3?
Just give me a 9. 9 changes something.
I mean, if you're going to ask for the
You
last
said I wanted
6,
to
right?
change. Maybe my favor.
Ace of hearts on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Yockey still needs a king or an 8 on the river. Or Merron will double in. He does double up. 9 of clubs on the river, so Merron pushes that stack out for the count, but he'll find out he's going to double up to 5.35 million. And some more room to maneuver now. 35 bigs effective for Merron. By the way, that t-shirt now true in a literal sense, not just a figurative sense. Your head's up. If you're not first, you're last.
But he's catching up.
Don't
That
let him
double
draw
up.
it.
Very
how you-
important for Merron.
No, not Mr. What's the one-handed whatever? Nick.
One hand Ricky.
Ricky, sorry.
Slick Rick over there.
Okay.
Thanks, Gene.
I'm watching you.
Ace. Fuck. Jeez.
Card Sharp noting in the
It's good for me,
chat, one who
actually.
takes
I think
pleasure
you're
in
rigging
eating
them,
and
man. I think
drinking
you're
is,
cut-
I
I
guess,
think
the
you're
definition
counting.
of gastronome.
He's just trying to make this go faster. I see what he's doing.
I mean, make it go faster. I gave you 4 million in 3 hands.
No, I'm saying he's trying to make
6
it go
hands.
faster.
I know. Well, I can't go much faster. I thought I was gonna be out.
I mean, if he was really trying to make it fast, it would have been over already.
I thought I was gonna be out in 10 hands. Shit.
I mean, we started with 30 big blinds or whatever.
I know.
It's like so little.
Just if when you see the hands that I had, you're gonna be like, wow, how did I win this tournament?
Yeah.
Depending upon what you had, of course, you know, but like.
Of course, yeah.
Holy shit. I got some bad runouts.
Yeah, I believe it.
Spots that I'm just going crazy with normally. Deuces.
4 overs.
Merron gives it up on the button. Yockey gets the walk.
Oh, we're up?
The levels do speed up once play is heads up. They go from 40 minutes down to 20. So you'll see faster jumps. They're up to 100, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. So Yockey now just under a 2-to-1 advantage in chips. Opens the button with the ace, queen, 5 deuce, 450,000. Merron defending the king, 10, 10, 9. He's got the higher spades. So we go to a 7, 6, 5 flop. Rainbow. Gut shot to the nut straight for Merron. Bottom pair for Yockey. And they'll check through to a turn 6, which puts 2 diamonds out, but doesn't impact their holdings. Merron, an 80% favorite with a 10s. Check it over to Yockey. He'll go ahead and check back that bottom pair. Queen of spades on the river. Yockey coming from behind on the end to make queens and 6s with an ace kicker and move past Merron's 10s. Checks to Yockey on the end, see if he decides to try to get some thin value. The way the hand's played, doesn't look like Merron has a whole lot here. So 375,000 the wager from Yockey. feels like a spot where Yockey's going to have either a queen or a bluff most of the time. You would think most of the other value hands would have put some chips in sooner.
10 seconds.
1.6.
1.6.
The check raise from Merron to 1.6 million.
Whether or not this works, I love it.
Gutsy play from Merron, and the way he's played this final table, he certainly has to get a lot of credit here from Yockey. But at the same time, if you're Bryce Yockey, what do you think Merron's representing here?
Yeah, it's a tricky spot. I mean, I got to give it to Merron here. You know, we've been wanting him to fight back, and he is fighting back here.
Feels like
that said, I mean, it seems like
sevens full, quad sixes, fives full that were slow played, something along those lines.
Yeah, but is he going to slow play it all the way to the end? You know, it does appear that Yockey's senses are probably going off a little bit. Some alarm bells up in his mind here. We'll see if he can figure this one out.
I fold. I feel like you're bluffing.
He lets
this
it
one.
go.
You heard him there. He
I'm
said,
a
"I
little
feel like you're
scared
bluffing
with
this
the hand
one."
that beats me, so.
Oh shit.
If you have like queen 7 and I call, it would really suck. Nice hand.
Thanks.
Great sense there from Yockey, but couldn't pull the trigger on the call, and he did block the 5 as well.
Put him through that today.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it at first when I bet. I'm like, all right, if it raises me, I might make it like 7 million. And then you check raise me. I'm like, nope, my ball's shriveled up. Wasn't gonna do it. Not today.
I'm glad I instilled that feeling in you.
Not that hand, anyways. Maybe another hand.
Maybe
That
another
one wasn't it.
So Merron gets the big bluff through, and suddenly he's clawed his way right back into this thing. The stack's nearly even. Yockey with 57% of the chips in play. All 9s on the flop. Yockey will stab with the queen high, and Merron will give up the undercards. Card Sharp says the average cider donut price is $6. First place $239,000. I said it'll buy a lot of donuts. I won't check the math. He says 39,833 donuts. I don't know if that's the wisest way to spend the money if Yockey does win. Maybe Merron could give away 39.8 thousand donuts if he wins. He said it was a hub in the community. I'll tell you what, if you give out 40,000 donuts, you will be a hub in any community.
Oh, yes.
Especially a poker community.
Can send some donuts here, that's for sure.
Good time of year for some cider donuts. Yockey making it 450,000 pre-flop. Merron making the call.
Check.
King 10-10 flop. Yockey flopping top pair, top kicker. Both players check. 6 on the turn. So Merron still playing those 7s.
Check.
He'll check over to Yockey. Both players
450.
with a 6 serving as really just a blocker here. 450,000 the bet from Yockey. And he'll lose Merron. Not enough to continue there. And Yockey back up to 9 million in chips. This event number 5 of the PGT PLO Series 2. First 4 winners, Matthew Wantman, Ilias Parsonen, Stefan Hubbard, and Adam Hendricks. Top tournament players in the world competing on the PokerGO Tour. The PGT includes more than 100 high-stakes poker tournaments and $1.3 million in bonus prize money. Visit PGT.com to see where the PGT's best players rank, plus check out the schedule of events, news, and more. So there's players who have already won in this series, battling it out on the PLO Series 2 leaderboard for a $25,000 cash bonus. Hubbard atop the leaderboard with 262 leader points. Richard Grieco second 246 points on the strength of back-to-back third-place finishes. The winner here today will be in third, eclipsing Elias Parsonen. Limped pot here, Yockey, 200,000 on the flop with trips, and Merron doesn't find anything to continue with. Full house actually for Yockey there with the 3 as well. $114 entries in this event. 17 places were paid.
Yeah, good turnout so far over the course of the entire series. You know, great to see. PLOs continues to just show the popularity amongst this community. You know, the community within the community. A lot of big PLO turnouts during the summer at the World Series of Poker. Continuing here into the PGT PLO series.
Now, there was talk on Twitter of among the PLO players turning out to make sure that more events like this run, because there is that lack of PLO tournaments throughout the calendar year. You might get 1 or 2 in various tournament series around the country and a handful at the WSOP, but something like this, a great opportunity for the players who love those 4-card events to get out here and play a bunch of them in a row. Yockey making it 450,000, and Merron defending. 3 jacks on the flop. We just saw those 3 9s earlier. This time, though, Merron has one. Flops quads. Yockey a full house. The pocket 6s. I mean, that's enough hand to put some money in here. Heads up. He checks over to him. He'll check it back. Merron's going to have to do his own betting here. Imagine you might be able to get paid on the river. $600,000 is the bet. Yockey, a quick call, sees the bad news, and tosses his boat into the muck. Sends 6 of those 100K chips over to Merron. Started today's action 7-handed. Lost Alex Foxen and Ben Yu early on. Saw Artem Maksimov go out in 5th, John Riordan in 4th, and Jeremy Ausmus in 3rd. That leaves Kyle Merron and Bryce Yockey battling heads up. Merron, the 34-year-old small business owner from Massachusetts, trying to take down Yockey, the mixed game pro. Merron limping the button. Yockey pops it up to 600,000 with the ace-9-5 trade double suited. Merron working with the jack-9-8-4. He's got a couple clubs. $10-7-5 on the flop, 2 hearts. Merron a 3-card wrap. Yockey bottom pair and a small flush draw. Good enough to make Yockey a 68% favorite here. Certainly a hand Merron could get to work with. Start applying some pressure. $700,000 is the bet from Kyle Merron. Quick call from Yockey. And these two will see a turn with 2.8 million chips in the middle. Ace of clubs on the turn. Yockey improving to top and bottom pair. And that 5-high flush draw. Merron still just with that 3-card wrap. And Yockey going big here with a pot-sized lead on the turn, and that will put Merron into a tough spot with a 3-card straight draw on a board with a flush draw out. So he can't count all those outs as necessarily being clean. In this moment, they're not. We got a nice lead there by Yockey, recognizing the situation, going big, protecting his hand.
Not sure Merron's going to want to put more than half of his chips in play here with just that type of draw, and he does not.
Yockey takes it down and extends that chip lead. So we saw Merron claw his way back into it, and Yockey getting to quick work. Building back out to basically a 2-to-1 chip advantage. These two playing for that trophy and 239 leaderboard points, and most of all, $239,400 to the winner.
How many bigs would it come in if I dropped a stack?
Yockey wants to drop a stack in event 6. All the players at these final tables hoping to wrap them up quickly and hop into the next event. They're all playing for those leaderboard points, that $25,000 bonus, and that PLO action every day. Yockey on the button, ace, jack, 4 deuce, 3 spades. He'll open it up. Merron puts the 3s in the muck. Yockey approaching 10 million in chips. Those yellows 100K, the purples 25K.
I think if you do drop a stack at the end of registration in the other tournament that began today, you come in with right around 20 big blinds. So not the deepest, but also not the worst of it, right?
Question is how long it takes to get to that stack
Exactly.
after dropping it. Blinds down.
10,000 to put a 20 big blind stack into play and not being there? No, seems kind of dumb.
I mean, we've seen crazier stuff in poker.
Oh, for sure. Seen multi-tabling during the WSOPs.
It's also easier to drop that stack once you're winning, you know, 170K or whatever it is here.
What's another, what, 10 grand?
I mean, if you do care about the leaderboard, then yeah, as the players talked about very early on in the final table, you know, you might just want to take that risk. And yeah, if you end up lighting that 10K on fire, I mean, so be it, but you're ultimately putting yourself in the best possible situation to go for the leaderboard prize. Because if things do break out and you're able to get over there, even if you get over there with 10 big blinds left or so, you can still spin it up.
Both players connecting on this flop, and a turn straight for Yockey. Merron flopped bottom set in a limped pot, bet 400,000 on the flop. Yockey came with a quick call and gets the best card in the deck, the ace of spades, giving him the straight. No flush out there. Checks it over to Merron.
Yeah, Merron not the deepest here, and having that queen in his hand can be like, you know, a little bit less likely
blocker.
that Yockey has the queen jack, so we could see this money get in here.
Pot size bet from Merron, 1.4 million.
All in.
Yockey rips it in. Quick call, and Merron will see the bad news. He's a 3-to-1 underdog. He needs this board to pair on the river, or Bryce Yockey will be the champion. Merron looking for an ace, king, 10, or 5. You see the outs across the top of the screen. Yockey looking for a brick for that straight to hold.
Well. Pick me, dealer.
Usually hear that pre-flop in PLO.
That's him.
The deuce of diamonds on the river is a brick, and Bryce Yockey takes it down and gets the win in event number 5, taking down 239,000, vaulting up the leaderboard, and just in time to go drop that next stack.
Can they come in? Cool.
Yockey wants some friends to come in
Yeah, I checked
for that
called,
final picture.
and turn the nuts
with
like
the
every other
trophy.
fucking hand today. Huh? No, can her and him take a photo with me?
So Bryce Yockey is the winner in event number 5, the $10,000 pot limit Omaha, taking home the trophy. Nearly $240,000, dancing with that trophy there on the stage. 239 PGT PLO Series 2 leaderboard points. That'll move him to 3rd place on that leaderboard. For Donnie Peters, I'm Ryan Messick. We hope you had fun. Check out the Stormex Invitational on PokerGO and YouTube Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific time. PGT PLO Series 2 coverage resumes Saturday at 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, with a final table of event number 7 with live updates on the series at pgt.com.